Minute 31 na Legislature Guam is called to order. I'd like to ask Senator Duenas if you can lead us in prayer.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Dear Lord, we thank you for this opportunity once again to deliberate on legislation and to enact policies for our people, Lord God, that will help them in their daily lives. And we ask that you bring a special blessing to us as we deliberate. We may not agree always, Lord God, but please allow us to be respectful of one another and to always keep in mind that the work we do here in this body is to your edification, Lord God, and also to our people, and to ensure, Lord, that we enact the best policies for our people going forward. So as we pray to you, Lord God, and we ask for your guidance, please give us wisdom, patience, and courage. We pray this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I'd like to ask Speaker Pangilinan if you can lead us with the Inifresi.
Inifresi, ginini mastakelo, imastakelo,
Masfigo,
nanisyahu, ufresin maisadzo, para protehi, defendi,
ihinengi, ikultura, ilingwahi, iairi, ihanum, dalitano tamoro. Miren shako diretso,
gininas do stata. Este huwa fidma kilo i Biblia zani banderaho, i banderang Guam.
To lead us in the Fanoge Chamorro, Senator Tom Ada, and for the national anthem, Senator Tony Ada.
Fanoge Chamorro, Purita Nota, Kantai matunanya itodu ilugan. Para i honra, para i gloria, abiba i islas en para. Para i honra, para i gloria, abiba i islas en para. Todo y tempo y paz para ita, zangin y langit na bendición. Contra peligro na fansafuha, Zeus protegi island Guam. Contra peligro na fansafuha, Zeus protegi island Guam.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Would the clerk please take roll call
Senator Tom Adda. Senator Tony Adda. Senator Blas. Vice Speaker Cruz. Senator Duenas. Senator Gutherts. Senator Mabini. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Respicio. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Silva Tyron. Speaker Wampet. Senator Yamashita. Madam Speaker, I wish to report there is a quorum.
Thank you very much. Senator Respicio, you recognize for the approval of the Legislative Journal.
Thank you very much. But first, Madam Speaker, I move that Senator Gutherts and Senator Mana Silva Tyrone be excused from session.
On that motion then, without any objection, so ordered.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we approve the Legislative Journal dated March 23, 2011 to April 4, 2011 and 4/26, 2011, subject to correction.
On that motion, without any objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are communications and petitions, and I move that they be appended to today's session journal.
Without objection, so ordered.
On item 9, Madam Speaker, there are messages from the Imagalahin Guahan, and I move for the same.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, there are reports of standing committees, and I move that these reports be appended to today's session journal.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are no reports of select committees, and so moving to introduction and first reading of bills and resolutions. Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 169-31 to Bill number 175-31 be given its first reading.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I move that resolution number 84-31 to resolution number 94-31 also be given its first reading.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered.
And I move that certificate number 26-31 to certificate number 31-31 be given its first reading.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered. On motions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first motion is we recognize that there are 38 bills on the session agenda. And so my first notwithstanding motion is to allow for these bills to remain on the second reading file. We all have the understanding, Madam Speaker, that the few of these bills have pending committee reports, but we have a general understanding and consensus that we would not be able to entertain any of these bills on the second reading file, provided a committee report has been filed and uploaded online. We have made coordinations with the various oversight chairmen and the sponsors, and these committee reports will be filed. So I move, notwithstanding the House rules, that they be permitted to remain on the second reading file.
On that motion, without any objections, so ordered.
My second motion, Madam Speaker, is also a customary motion, and it allows us to take care of as many bills as possible. And so I move that when we do get to the second reading file, and if in the event the sponsor requires more time, or the committee requires more time to prepare these committee reports and get it filed, I move then that these bills will not lose its place on the agenda, but rather be pushed aside, and until such time the sponsor or the oversight chair signals to you that that bill is ready for the second reading file and for discussion, then we would get back to that bill. And so I make that motion at this time.
On that motion, without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also move that with the understanding that the only way we're able to entertain all these bills on the second reading file, again, I move for the cooperation of the oversight chair and the sponsor to continue to work with the legal counsel and the clerk's office and the clerk herself in the matter of preparing these bills for engrossment. And so have the committees and the sponsor follow their bill all the way through until such time it's being engrossed. And I move for that as well.
On that motion, without any objections, so ordered.
And I move that all resolutions and certificates of commendatory condolence in nature introduced during this session period be adopted as a LS resolution or certificate, and that all members of the legislature be sponsors, as well as have the sponsors work with the legal counsel and the clerk's office in the preparation of these documents.
On that motion, without any objections, so ordered.
And this time, This time I would like to provide an opportunity if there are any overrides, Madam Speaker.
Speaker Ben, you have? You're going to wait. Okay.
No.
None. So.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
Legislative concurrences?
Yeah, I have no other motions at this time, so thank you for under legislative concurrences. On item 1, Madam Speaker, from your Committee on Education and Public Libraries, on the appointment of Dr. Gail F. Hendricks to serve as a member of the Guam Commission for Educator Certification, with a recommendation to confirm, I move that that be placed on the voting file.
Without objection, without any objection, so ordered.
From the Committee on Appropriations, Senator Pangalinan's Committee on Appropriations, Taxation, Public Debt, Banking, Insurance, Retirement, and Land, on the appointment of Ms. Amanda L.G. Santos to serve as a member of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, with his committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that that be placed in the voting file.
Without any objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Ms. Beatrice P. Limtiaco to serve as a member of the Guam Land Use Commission, I move that that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, item 4, on the appointment of Mr. David E. Silva to serve as a member of the Guam Banking and Insurance Board, with Senator Speaker Pangalinan's committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From Senator Barnes's Committee on Municipal Affairs, Tourism, Housing, Recreation, on the appointment of Mr. Martin Beneventi to serve as president of the Guam Housing Corporation, with her committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. Thomas L.G. Flores to serve as a member of the Guam Housing Corporation Board of Directors, with her committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. John T. Calvo to serve as a member of the Hagåtña Restoration and Redevelopment Authority, with her committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the Committee on Municipal Affairs, the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. John M. Rupley to serve as a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission, with Senator Barnes's committee to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. Ramon T. Tapasny to serve as a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission, with her committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. Ju H. Ko to serve as a member of the Parks and Recs Commission, I move that that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the Vice Speaker's Committee on Youth, Cultural Affairs, Procurement, General Governmental Operations, and Public Broadcasting, on the appointment of Ms. Genevieve Sablan Okap to serve as a member of the Guam Council on the Arts and Humanities Agency Board of Directors, with his committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From Senator Rodriguez's Committee on Health and Human Services, Senior Citizens, Economic Development, and Election Reform, on the appointment of Mr. Wilfred G. Affligwe to serve as Director of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, with his committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
On item 13, from the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. James W. Gillen to serve as Director of Department of Public Health and Social Services, with his committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. Albert Gorsami to serve as a member of the GMH Board of Trustees, with his committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Dr. Reynold T. Lim to serve as a member of the Guam Board of Medical Examiners, with Senator Rodriguez's committees to confirm his request, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. Michael T. Limtiaco to serve as a member of the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees, with his committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
On item 17, Madam Speaker, there's been a request by that committee to keep that on the legislative concurrence until pending the submission of further documents. So if I could proceed to item 18. On item 18, from the same committee, on the appointment of Ms. Christine M. Rosario to serve as a member of the Council on Mental Health and Substance Abuse, with Senator Rodriguez's committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Dr. Edna V. Santos to serve as a member of the GMH Board of Trustees, with Senator Rodriguez's committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without any objection, so ordered.
From the same committee on the appointment of Ms. Frances Tidegui Mantegnonia to serve as a member of GMH Board of Trustees with his committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee on the appointment of Dr. Ricardo M. Terlai to serve as a member of the GMH Board of Trustees with his committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without objection, so ordered.
From the same committee on the appointment of Mr. Lee P. Weber to serve as a member of the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees with the recommendation to confirm, I move that be placed in the voting file.
Without any objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I failed to make another motion, so at this time I make a notwithstanding motion to send bill number 49-31 back to the committee. 49, right?
49-31.
Yeah, let me just read the title.
That's number
At the request
10.
of the sponsor.
Please proceed.
It's not here. Okay. Yeah, but it's correct number, right? Yeah, I just wanted to verify that that was the correct number. It's the correct bill number, so I move that that be sent back to committee.
So on
And
that
that's
motion,
item 10.
Yeah, so on the motion, yes, to send bill number 49-31 COR back to the committee without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, first bill on the second reading file is bill number 137-31. I recognize the author, Senator Rodriguez. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to place Bill 137-31 as introduced to the third reading file. I'd like to discuss.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill 137-31 is came at the request of the Department of Public Health and Social Services and sanctioned by the Governor's Office. What the request was from Public Health was to increase the sanitary permit fees. And so as we received these requests, I thought it was imperative that we introduce this bill to codify it and to also make some changes that I think are needed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to offer two amendments to this legislation that I've passed out to the body. And if I may, the first amendment is on page 12, after line 22. I'd like to add a new subsection 4506.1 to read, Advance notification of fees schedule. The director shall ensure that advance written notification is provided to all sanitary permit licensees relative to the cost for permit renewal upon the expiration of their current permit. The information shall be immediately provided as a permit renewal notification. The intent of this amendment, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that our government gives due notice and ample time for our businesses, especially the small businesses, Madam Speaker, to prepare for any fee increases. As you know now, the current sanitary fee is, I believe, $135. And so what Public Health and Administration is proposing is that this new fee be $297. And so, I would like to make a correction that this bill that we're discussing was substituted by the committee. And one I would like to highlight, just to come off track a little bit from the amendment, highlight that if we pass this legislation, this new fee schedule takes effect immediately for any new applicants. However, for any renewals for businesses that currently have sanitary permits, this is not effective until their next renewal date, which is June of 2012. So, Madam Speaker, going back to the first floor amendment I'd like to make. The intent is to make sure that we give the ample notice to the applicants of any fee increases. And what I would ask Public Health to do if this passes is that something that wouldn't cost them, will cost them maybe a little bit more time, is to print these notifications on the sanitary permits. have a small note that indicates that when any fee adjustments will take place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Senator Rodriguez. I know we're working on the amendment, but I just want to clarify, the clerk has brought it to my attention. Senator Rodriguez, this is not a substituted bill. This is just Bill 137-31 LS as introduced. Am I saying that correct? I'm going to take a 30-second recess just to see where we're at. And recognize Senator Respicio, the Majority Leader, at this time.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I apologize for this housekeeping type announcement, but the committee reports that we've received and that have been uploaded on the website, if you can follow along, Madam Speaker, it's item number 6, substitute bill number 23-31, resolution number 24-31, item 7, item 9, bill number 27, item 15, bill number 89, item 18, bill 9731, item 19, substitute bill 101-31, item 20, substitute bill 102-31, item 21, substitute bill number, regular bill number as introduced 106-31, item 27, 28, 20, and 29. 27 is amended bill number 122, 28 is bill number 126, 29 is bill number 128, and then 33, item number 33, substitute bill 142, and then item 34 is substitute bill number 152, and then item 38 is bill number 54. And so on item 6, the sponsor is not present at this time. It's Senator Tyrone. She's off island, I believe, on her way back to the island. So we're ready for item number 7, Madam Speaker. So if I can request that we suspend discussion on bill number 137. And then it'll anyway give us more time to work on that amendment that the sponsor is offering.
On that motion, without any objections, motion carries. We'll go ahead and proceed then with
Item 7.
resolution number 24, as introduced by Senator Yamashita. Senator Yamashita, you got the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Resolution 24-31 is relative to ensuring that the health, safety, and quality of life of Guam's community is preserved by requesting the Joint Region Marianas to implement noise mitigation measures to reduce the impact of military aircraft activities. Madam Speaker, as we all know, our whole island is coming together in anticipation of the Guam buildup. We've passed many resolutions, you have passed many resolutions in past legislature terms to assure that the quality of life of our people is protected and safeguarded and upheld. As I read through the resolutions and as I read the news, it came to my attention that perhaps the noise is still an item that needs to be specified and addressed. And so with that, we crafted a resolution. We had a public hearing on February 15th, 2011, notices went out accordingly 10 days before that date, and Senators Duenas and Tony Atta were with me at that day. And we had 9 people in front of us testifying that the sound of freedom does impact our quality of life. We had about 10 others send in some email, and that's all included in the committee report, Madam Speaker. To be truthful, while we had 3 people submit testimony saying that it is the sound of freedom, that the anticipated noise increase is what we pay to ensure that our freedom is safeguarded, I do not argue that. I understand that there will be an increase of traffic, there will be an increase of aircraft sound. What I do ask, though, is that as we increase those activities, that our island leadership, hand in hand with our military leadership, do everything we can to mitigate the noise. In 2003, FAA actually started implementing a plan to mitigate sound out of our A.B. Wampat International Airport, and I know that that plan has not been completed, and in fact a 2008 study is being anticipated, and more of our island residents are asking to be included in that study and that plan. What we are asking, and as we know that the Kadena Air Force residents had made the same request about noise pollution and noise activity. We know that in 2009, the fine people of Japan were awarded by the Naha branch of the Fukuoka High Court 5.62 billion yen, which is actually about 57 million US dollars, to the litigants. There are 5,000 people in that area who said the noise from the aircraft was impacting their quality of life. They are now trying to get all airline activity stopped, and while they haven't succeeded, an appeal is in place. We also know that our environmental impact study has stated, and that is what Admiral Bushing has shared with me, that the impact study says that there will be no adverse impact by the sound of increased aircraft activity. What we do know is that the U.S. EPA regional administrator has actually forwarded a document to us to say that the environmental impact study appears to underestimate the significance of noise, and that they ask that it all be reconsidered. So, Mr. Speaker, this resolution asks again that Mr. Speaker, I asked to move to have the resolution placed in the voting file. I guess I was supposed to say that at the beginning. Sorry. Thank you. Thanks, Senator.
Do you have any other comments to make?
No, just that I asked for people's support in the passage of Resolution 24-31.
Any other senators wish to be heard on Resolution 27? Senator Barnes and then Senator Duenas. Senator Barnes, you're recognized.
Situas Maasi, Mr. Speaker, and Manana Situas, thank you for giving me this opportunity to rise and support resolution number 24-31 in ensuring that the health and safety and the quality of life of Guam's communities preserved by requesting the Joint Region Marianas to implement noise mitigation measures to reduce the impact of military aircraft activities. Mr. Speaker, just a couple of weeks ago, I had visited a constituent in the Santa Ana area, and there was concerns in reference to the, I would say the B-52s and the aircraft carriers that are up at Anderson Air Force Base. And it was noted by one of the senior citizens that the noise to her was so loud that her ears were like ready to pop out. And she said the hard part about it was that she wasn't notified by anybody, and that they had tried to contact folks through the mayor of Dedido, or through the vice mayor of Dedido, to see what they could do about addressing the noise mitigation. But more importantly, so they said that the aircraft was flying so low that they could actually see the pilot. And as I listened to her, Mr. Speaker, she was just saying it's not that she doesn't understand what needs to be done, but it's important that the residents within that Santa Ana area get notice of the timelines, because the flight times where these military folks are doing the activities happens on the way early mornings, the wee hours of the morning, and also late into the night, where it bothers the constituents so much. And it was told to them that that they were going to look into something, into addressing the concerns of these constituents, but to no avail. And that this had been happening for months, as what she had noted. And her son, who was the caretaker of her and a couple of other relatives within that vicinity, was saying, you know what, all we're asking is that you notify us, and if we need to adapt to making sure that sound is not heard within the confines of their home, then let us know what we need to do. But nobody has given us any information. And I shared with them that we would look into this matter and also work closely with the mayor's office. And as I see this resolution to play, I'm very appreciative that the author of the legislation has been addressing this issue and wants to move forward, that this noise mitigation measures be implemented. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support this efforts, and I hope that my colleagues will support the same. And I want to thank Senator Yamashita for taking the time to know that this resolution is really, really important, and that we do have constituents within the residents of the Santa Ana subdivision that are very, very much concerned, and their concerns need to be addressed. So, Sizo Samasi.
Thank you, Senator Barnes. Senator Dueñas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in full support of Resolution 2431 as introduced by the good author and Senator from Tumuning. Mr. Speaker, while most of you, rightly so, were up at UOG enjoying Charter Day festivities and the like, Senator Yamashita and I and Senator Ada were here listening to testimony, and I can say that it was quite compelling. The most important testimony that I heard that day, Mr. Speaker, was that of two individuals in particular, and that was Mr. Ivan Kanata from EPA. First of all, he discussed the ongoing studies that are currently going on, and I believe reaching back to as long as 10 years of studies that are going on, even as we speak, Mr. Speaker. And then, of course, Mayor Flores, Vice Mayor Flores, who didn't need the studies to know his constituents are greatly affected by the noise that is produced and the adjacent properties, contiguous lots to the Anderson Air Force Base. The effects on the livestock, he noted, were quite disturbing, as well as, of course, the people. But most compelling as well, Mr. Speaker, is on a recent visit to the Anderson Air Force Base on the invitation of the General. We got a chance to speak to military officials up there, and, understandably so, they explained to us that they enjoy the noise of freedom, the sound of freedom. And while we can respect that, and we do respect that, and we understand what it means to keep our nation free and our democracy intact, what we did talk about was that sound of freedom sometimes can be mitigated. And what was important was they did agree to that, as we know that even on our island, with our airport being centrally located, there are a number of efforts to mitigate those situations. And of course, for farmers, there may be opportunities to mitigate that as well in the future as we continue with these studies. So I would like to once again commend the good author and say that while sometimes there are not perfect solutions, there certainly are solutions. And with resolutions such as this that are introduced to bring about and spur the conversation we let our people know that their concerns are at the top of our mind. So once again, I commend the author and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very valuable resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Duenas. Any other senators wish to be heard on the resolution? Senator Ada, then Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Resolution 24-31. And I've certainly, in working with the Guam International Airport, it is clear that at least with the commercial side of the house, they're trying their best to minimize the airport noise that's generated from aircraft that takes off and lands. For example, they do that by trying to come down as best as they can and land as quickly as they can, and also on takeoff to try and achieve the high altitude out of the noise range of the surrounding neighborhood. In the case of the military, and in addition to that, with the commercial airlines, what the Federal Aviation Administration has done is they've actually done a noise study of those homes that are within a certain range of the landing zone, and has then invested significant sums of money to soundproof a lot of these homes. In the case of the military, it seems that there's no, at least none that I'm aware of any studies to at least identify those homes that are most directly impacted as airplanes are taking an approach to land, and at least take a look, identify those houses, and possibly provide funding that may be able to soundproof those homes. So that certainly is a measure that I think Department of Defense needs to take a look at. Another important measure that I believe the Department of Defense can take without necessarily costing, an outlay of dollars up front is simply their flight patterns. Several months ago, I was up at a fiesta in Jigo, and for sure, the aircraft that were conducting exercises were certainly very, very noisy. One, because they were flying low, and two, as the aircraft passed Anderson Air Force Base, they made a turn inland and then circled around to take an approach again to Anderson Air Force Base. And I believe if there's any way possible, why do they need to turn inland? Why couldn't they take off, as they take off, turn out towards the sea, away from the populated areas? I think it's measures like that that will certainly go a long ways in reducing the noise pollution to our populated areas in Jigo. I think that this resolution, of course, is very important insofar as conveying that message formally to the Department of Defense and to the feds that, I enjoy listening to the sound of freedom. And sometimes my wife wakes me up at 2:30 in the morning and says, honey, listen to the sound of freedom. And that doesn't come across too funny, of course, but I got her point. And so I think we've got to, we've got to send this message and see how how maybe the Department of Defense really should sit down and take that extra effort to see how further to mitigate the noise pollution concerns that we have. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, and Sidus Masi, Senor Speaker. Senor Speaker, spipia pagun ni parata sangoni jan tana tungo often usinente ni publiko jan ni sibit na tauto ni manyasaga gwini giza Guam pudesti burukan ni bat kunairi za pagu jan ni mamaila na tempo piot za magahin na ma-expanda sti militar jan ni aeroplano niya siya ni pofangagi gwini siyempre zaman mantra training siya. kulan lekta no na taza gwa sa tanisisita stigi presyo ni para tafan safu gini gi lugatta lo ko magain na para tafan mas safu gi lugatta ang giman matus ti siapat tawung kay pumalo na lugat di man malinguhit gi radar mas anukit gi radar an man matutulo du sti plane na manggay gi gwini mulangya mo nan man atukit ki para tafan ma planta hujung mo na anggin malago na paron siguro na unsogwi hafa malago mo gani gi Asia na banda da kulantiu mafaksa i paron sogwi zani minalago i Amerikano zani Estados Unidos Spia sa gigunafon sogwi gano manggagista na man listo gini gi sa Guam porofan malago gwakto gi sa ogu za unma spia za tisinyon sogwi malago mo gitano mo ang gina magawid na kulan guasem pinu iridaw para i policy anesti i Estados Unidos gwinigi intero mundo piodesti gi sa Asia na banda loko magawid na nanisisita ta fanlola danesti na klasin buruka siya natigwahas siya regulasyon para isti Amerikano dan i-militat ang gimanggay gi banda ni Sibit. Edzwa tagagagaw gwini isti na resolution na pudi tihamzwa manggay gi tihamzwa i-militat na pudi tihamzwa man inafekta hasulokwi na itaw-taw isibit ni manggay gi otro banda ni Kelat hasul dan spia empenyo na tamo no muna fan disbilalaw itaw-taw pat man medbyoso itaw-taw kada mahungo kasti aeroplano ni Poland pat po training gwi este alatsat adingwit un prohimo ni tatungo na asupupot ti militar lo ay anistra rajuzo si Senyor Tom Barcinas. Ay istorara rajuzo si Senyor Tom ani mo po sa bisita kung pailan niya gizajigo. Da mataktatsong idos gisan tatingguma. Da ni gumupuy zi tiutungo afagwe na klase na replano ko B-52, C-135 para F-15 para ofa. Lohan ni gumupo aeroplano hul gi fion niya majalengjong todo'y gima ibintana. Kung to trong kun nijog ja podong inijog ziniti inijog ni stabag ilutrong ko ni burukan ni aeroplano. Pues lang nga si Tom na sinangoni ko ini kumpailan niya lang nga Tom ano ni sita nijog fatto amagigini ja ta telefon Anderson do gupi ji aeroplano. Ja podong inijog ja parafa na takaulo ja ta podong. Lo taigweno esti minigot niya esti i burukan edzo. Jataw jata gagago na spiat impenyo da irregulasyon ni pentatiji. Tatiji ji parewa na regulasyon ni Angagyo Korea, padangagyo Kinawa, padangagyo Apon. Saan manggagis ti siya, winalugod, wahas siya regulasyon na tisinya manggupuan an natrasaw, mas di alas 9 gipuengi. Sesta man mamay ko itaw-to, po tempon man diskansa. Tisinya manggupu, angin man gagi gifyon eskwela, za wahas eskwela. Sa tisinya ifa maguun. Man studya za man manungo, angin po fan medbyoso sa ujinengjong todi classroom niya. Taigweno siya na regulasyon, gaigigi, an manggagigi otro lugar. Pos an po fan matumagi, enuwa lo kita gagago. Na mga fan gupo an esta paraulas no bisa po fan diskansay tao-tao. Mga fan gupo angin guay eskwela za ihu di eskwela za ujinengjong todo ibentana za ni gima i kwarto ni eskwela. Sa ti mauli kedyo para ifa maguun. Pues enawa tagagago, dedyo nakauhulo ng support. Sa ti mas tagagago ki hafa. All we're asking is for the military to have respect for the civilian community in enforcing its regulations, the same type of regulations that they would have to adhere to were they operating on foreign soil on a foreign basis. That they can't fly at night after 9 o'clock because the civilian community is resting. And they are confined to those hours of training, that they can't take off and then land while school's in session if they're next to a school. Because that's the way it is that they're confined to. Now, if they're saying that the reason why we want to come to Guam is because we want to be able to do that whenever we want, and it's too restrictive in those foreign soils. Well, it's restrictive because it affects the health of the community. That's why it's restricted. And if they're going to come here and say, we want to be here on Guam because we want to do what we want to do when we want to do it, without regard to the health and safety and welfare of the community, then I don't think that's a good thing to do. I don't think that's the type of partnership that we want as we provide a venue for America to defend its policy interests in the Asian region. You know, the presence of the military, everybody says, is going to make us safer. And there are members of our community who I believe are right, that it may make America safer, but it highlights and puts us on the radar for those that may disagree with the policies of America. And that if we are the tip of the spear in any conflict, that tip is the first thing that the enemy goes for, to blunt it so that it does not become effective. And so we're going to trade off. There are benefits, but the benefits shouldn't be at the cost of the health and welfare of our community. And this resolution puts that into perspective with regards to noise pollution, how noise and the increase of the noise activity will affect the lives of our community, and that the military must not proceed with the plan as they have put forth in the rod without mitigating those issues that were raised in the rod. And I don't think that's the problem. That's the problem we have with the programmatic agreement being signed, is that it already gives authority to the military to operate with the mitigation factors contained in the programmatic agreement. So some of the things that are not covered in the mitigation is going to make it so much harder for us to put those mitigation factors that indeed address the problems, because they are not addressed in the rod, and certainly they are given the go-ahead to implement those plans by the signing of this programmatic agreement. That's why we fought so hard to work on that programmatic agreement and resolve those mitigation issues rather than absolving the military and its plans on these expansion, rather than absolving them through the signature of that programmatic agreement, Mr. Chair. And this is our effort and the effort of this legislature and this author, and I fully support it in terms of letting the military know that even though the programmatic agreement has been signed, even though the record of decision has been issued, that we will not rest, and we will continue to point out the holes and the fallacies of the record of decision and the programmatic agreement in addressing some of these issues, such as the issue of noise pollution, as pointed out and is the subject matter of this resolution. So thank you, and Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker Ben. I believe, Senator Guthridge, you had your hand out when you walked on. Please. Senator Guthridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I support the resolution, and I'd like to share some information that's very relevant to the resolution at this time. You know, as build-up chair, I've been communicating with various federal agencies regarding the noise issue. Like other senators, I have received complaints from island residents living near or adjacent to Anderson Air Force Base, and also living in the Tamuning area, particularly around the hospital and in the area of what we normally call Hotel Row. There are a lot of residents actually that live in the area of our tourism industry. There's a lot of apartments, condominiums, and a few homes over there as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I wrote a letter to the military, specifically NAVFAC, Naval Facilities Engineering Command, on June 10th, 2010, expressing concerns regarding airspace and noise, and asking exactly how this is going to be handled for this buildup. I received a letter from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration, on just the other day, on April 26, 2011. And I want to share it with you. This letter is from Tim Cornelson, who's the air traffic manager for the Guam Air Route Traffic Control Center. And he says, "Dear Senator Gutherts, I recently received a copy of your letter of June 10, 2010, addressed to the Naval Facilities Engineering Command, Pacific. In your letter, you offer your comments on the draft MERC EIS OEIS. And while the letter is not specifically addressed to me, I would like to take this opportunity to offer you the following comments. The majority of the aeronautical components of the MERC, and this is the Guam Air Plan, were removed from the MERC EIS in the early stages of a NEPA process. The reason for this is that issues or components of the proposal concerning aeronautical impact, associated air quality, and noise are required to be submitted to the Federal Aviation Administration under separate cover for separate action. Ideally, the JIGPO, Joint Guam Program Office, EIS, the MERC EIS, and the Aeronautical EIS would have been submitted at the same time and would have worked their way through the NEPA process simultaneously. The first step of this process is informal. The Department of Defense works with the local air traffic control facility, in this case, the Guam Air Route Traffic Control Center, that has jurisdiction over the affected airspace, in hopes of mitigating any adverse impact to civil aviation operations, then delivering a statement of facility or feasibility. Once the formal proposal is received by the FAA from the Department of Defense, it must work its way through to the headquarters level, the State Department, and finally the International Civil Aviation Organization, and the entire NEPA process. The Department of Defense has not yet submitted the format proposal to the FAA. Based upon the work we have done thus far, I would expect that the proposal may generate the requirement for as many as 4 additional EISs. Meaning what they're saying is that in terms of mitigation of noise and airspace activity, the Department of Defense has to submit their proposals to the Federal Aviation Administration. And they are anticipating that DOD will have to submit as many as 4 additional EISs. In regards to your proposal for a no-fly zone, because I proposed a no-fly zone over Tumon Bay and Guam Medical Facilities, the actual term for a no-fly zone is called restricted area. The creation of a restricted area is rule-making, in that it would be taking a portion of the public use, U.S. National Airspace System, and making it against federal law to operate an aircraft within that airspace. Restricted airspace is generally created to contain military activity that may be hazardous to civil aircraft or for national defense purposes, such as the surrounding area around the White House. I sincerely appreciate your concern regarding aircraft noise. However, the documented cases dating back to the early 1990s on Guam were at a time when the Guam International Airport was in fact Naval Air Station Agania. Having been a Guam resident for nearly 30 years, and this is again Mr. Tim Cornelson, the air traffic manager for the FAA on Guam, I can recall the issue of the field carrier landing practice that the Navy conducted on a regular basis at all hours of the day and night. This was a low-level, close-in-flight training pattern that did fall directly above Tumon Bay with turns in close proximity to the Guam Memorial Hospital. Those aircraft and flight patterns do not exist today at the Guam International Airport. He says there are no established flight restrictions specific to the island of Guam, and this is the key language. There are no established flight restrictions specific to the island of Guam. Instrument approach procedures for American Anderson Air Force Base planes do begin in the vicinity of Tumon Bay, but the procedure requires aircraft to be at altitudes over 2,000 feet above sea level in that area. With the exception of landing and departing aircraft, again, with the exception of landing and departing aircraft, existing air regulations prohibit aircraft operating under visual flights, rules to fly at altitudes less than 1,000 feet above ground level over populated areas and less than 500 feet above ground level elsewhere. Federal air regulations apply to both military and civilian aircraft alike. Unfortunately, according to Mr. Cornelson, there are no short answers to the issues that you raise, including the noise issue. And I share many of your concerns. He says, I will be more than happy to give you a more detailed briefing whenever your schedule allows, and would like to offer a briefing, which I'm going to be arranging, to the Military Build-Up Committee once receive a formal request. And he says, please do not hesitate to contact me for any possible assistance. So we learned a few things from Mr. Cornelson. One is that there are no established flight restrictions specific to the island of Guam. So I think the resolution is very timely and very helpful because it will formalize the legislature's position and concerns. So it's very, very good. In addition, we learn that although there are some restrictions around Tumon Bay and near medical facilities, they may have to be looked at again. And we need to move to help with noise mitigation. Of course, the other areas that require mitigation as well, near Anderson, near schools, near residences, etc. But I thought it was very interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the Federal Aviation Administration actually is the power in the air when it comes to developing restricted areas, and the military has to work through the Federal Aviation Administration and conduct various EISs in order to put its plans in place. And so far, they have not done that. Thank you very much. I'll make a copy of this letter available to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Guthertz. Do I understand, Senator Respicio, you wish to be recognized? Any other senators wish to be heard? Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Resolution 24-31. I want to take this opportunity to commend Senator Yamashita for being brave and raising another issue in which could be problematic with respect to this massive military buildup here on Guam. Mr. Speaker, Resolution 24-31 again underscores the need to have real leadership behind this build-up planning and process, referring to the need for the governor to call the Guam First Commission to order. Mr. Speaker, you know, this resolution really conveys the legislature's concern that we want to ensure the health, safety, and quality of life for Guam's community. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, Mr. Speaker? What's wrong with saying that in order for this build-up to happen, we have to follow through with the message that our build-up chair and several of us, actually all of us in the previous legislature, the 30th, and now all of us in this 31st Guam legislature are saying that certain areas of this build-up have to occur and certain concerns have to be mitigated, if not done at all, in order for this build-up to happen. Now, there's a growing rise of dissonance in the various interest groups in our community who are conveying their own separate positions to the DOD, to the Department of Defense on this buildup. We have certain members of the business community, Mr. Speaker, that are saying that we should have this buildup regardless of what kind of impact it'll have to the community. Now, if that's not what they're saying, then I challenge them to ask why are they saying that resolutions like 24, resolutions like 275, resolutions like 444, all of the messages and statements that we've been making as a unified body here in the legislature, why are those messages being categorized as rhetoric? Why are we asked to tone down the rhetoric when it comes to the buildup? And why are now the legislature is being pinpointed as to why this buildup is not going as proceeded? People don't want to recognize what the effect the calamity in Japan has and how that nation, Mr. Speaker, has to find from within its means in excess of $309 billion to get its footing back, to recover as a result of the tsunami and the earthquakes. Notwithstanding that challenge, they did pledge to have upwards of $6 billion, Mr. Speaker, but how can you expect a nation to identify $6 billion from within its own means when they need $309 million just to survive? And I think this is the one thing that we need to do as a community under the auspices of the Guam First Commission, to even have members of the Chamber of Commerce have a united Guam message to the Department of Defense. And as you know, on the Guam First Commission, they're seated at that same table with the governor as chair, with several members of the legislature, with the mayors, with very well-placed people in our community, including our youth member, that would make sure that this buildup is negotiated in that kind of context, putting Guam first, making sure that issues such as ones identified in Resolution 24 are not compromised. Does this mean, Mr. Speaker, that when we hear of certain members of our community saying we want the build-up because it will have tremendous economic opportunity and benefits to our people of Guam, none of which have been quantified to date? On the draft environmental impact statement alone, it says that this $15 billion will not trickle into the civilian community. Now, many of us have challenged the governor in asking how this $15 billion has been quantified, challenged the administration to ask how exactly we would benefit, but none of those numbers have materialized. But instead, it's easier for some members of the community to rise and say that because of the growing rhetoric, this buildup might not happen, and as a result, we would lose tremendous economic opportunity. Economic opportunity for who? And now with the advent of resolution number 24-31 sponsored by Senator Yamashita, and I hope that this resolution would also be passed unanimously, Mr. Speaker, is this resolution going to be categorized as rhetoric as well? Are we going to say that we want the buildup despite the level of increased noise? Actually, it's already occurring. We've already seen that although Tuman is a no-fly zone, we see that we have low aircraft carriers going through that no-fly zone area, but yet they're flying through that fly zone. And we just heard from our build-up chair who read that letter that expressed those same concerns. And so I rise in support of Resolution 24. I'm once again publicly asking Governor Calvo to please, while he's trying to honor the spirit of the Guam First Commission by having a town hall, by having his town hall meeting at ALU, which several of us attended. I mean, that's good. That's good to bring our community together. But I think that kind of forum, Mr. Speaker, is really diluted in a sense that this military buildup is not addressed as a whole. And it's this divide and conquer mentality that we must stand up against and must ask every single public and private leader on the island to speak with one voice and to have express comments or messages to the Department of Defense that we want this buildup at all costs when they themselves are not elected or do not represent the people, Mr. Speaker, but rather represent their own business interests, I think is unconscionable, should not be tolerated. And so I first started by saying I support the resolution by commending the author for her bravery, for being very, very brave. I end my comments by, again, asking her and all of us to be brave, to stand up, and despite being ridiculed and said that, and to categorize that our actions are rhetorical and we're just grandstanding, Mr. Speaker, that's nothing further from the truth. And I challenge anyone, I dare ask anyone who would want this buildup despite its potential of changing the face of who we are on our island and our way of life. And so I rise in full support of Resolution 24.
Thank you very much, Senator Respicio. Any other senators? If not, Senator Yamashita, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate everybody's comments. And I truly believe that our voice has to be steady. Our voice has to be continuous. This resolution, one more time, talks about the quality of life for all of our families. To be able to live safely and feel secure in your home, to know that the sounds above are not going to infringe, whether we got testimony from animal owners to our older folks to people who take care of the little children. So if we can indeed, as others have said, sit at the table and with respect work out the details to ensure that our quality of life is upheld and protected, all of us would be all that much better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the motion to move to the voting file is approved. Are we going back to 137, I believe? Has everybody received the substituted version now? All right, I'm going to take a short recess.
Be placed in the voting file with some discussion.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to really recognize and thank our Oversight Chair on Election Reform, Senator Rodriguez, for holding a public hearing and for issuing a committee report. This is an act to repeal and reenact the certain section of the code relative to campaign advertising and provide penalties for those in violation of this chapter. Mr. Speaker, this bill, simply put, really patterns are the way we do campaign commercials here on Guam, or political advertisements, in that when you do a political commercial, you have to disclose that as a candidate you are aware of that message. And in the case of, and our current law, Mr. Speaker, does not require that, but as we see in the federal election campaign requirements, those candidates for those positions in the federal offices are required. If you recall, every time Congresswoman Malin Berdalio makes a political commercial, she always says, "I'm Malin Berdalio and I approve of this message." Now, if this bill were to pass and be signed into law, we would be required to do so. But I would ask the body for its continued support in our move to have these kinds of reform measures to take this a step further. And in the case of those video advertisements or political advertisements containing an oral statement, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. We have also on this bill a requirement that if someone is producing a commercial, a political advertisement on behalf of someone, whether for or against that candidate, they're going to be required to disclose that the candidate does not that such statements shall also appear in writing at the end of the communication in a clearly readable typeface with a reasonable degree of color contrast between the background, and that they must say that the communication is being circulated without the approval and authority of the candidate. And this kind of reflects the kind of technology we have in this day and age, Mr. Speaker, where anyone has the ability to produce 30, 60, 90-second, even two-minute commercials using their own desktop computers or laptops, and then posting these commercials on various mediums such as Facebook or YouTube, and it could really be presented as if though it's coming from that candidate attacking another a candidate in that election. And so that will really disclose and force these people to make those kinds of statements if the candidate is not aware of this message. And anyone found in violation of this is guilty of a felony of the third degree. I want to offer some quick amendments just to be sure that we're focusing on political advertisements. And I've made the copies of the floor amendment has been passed out. And it just goes on item D to just insert the, actually beginning with item C, it says in the case of video advertisements of a political nature, to insert the words of a political nature.
Anybody wish to be heard on that? I see the hand up of Senator Tom Adda. On the amendment?
Oh, not on the amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the amendment, any objection to the amendment?
My
So
second
ordered.
amendment is on item D to insert the words in advertisements of a political nature.
On the amendment, any objections? Hearing no objections.
And then in item E, also insert the words of a political nature after advertising, so that we're clear that we're just requiring, setting these requirements and raising these standards for those political advertisements.
Any objections? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any senator wish to be heard on the bill? Senator Abbott, your hand was up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill, and I really don't have too much to say other than that on page 4, on starting at line 6 there, paragraph D, it says that such statement, the statement basically saying that the candidate does not approve of this message or to that effect, is to appear in writing at the end of the communication in a clearly readable typeface with a reasonable degree of color, etc., and must be at least visible for at least 4 seconds. And I guess the problem that I kind of have with that is that after the statements, the damaging statements have been made, people probably hear that, and then they walk away, and what they walk away with is remembering that, did you hear that candidate so-and-so did this, but didn't really stick around to hear at the end that disclaimer that the candidate does not approve of this. Now, maybe if it was, the disclaimer was put at the beginning of the statement that basically said, candidate so-and-so does not approve of the following message, and then whoever's providing the advertisement can then, unravel whatever it is they want to unravel. But I think that there's quite a significant difference if, in fact, the statement is made to appear in writing at the beginning of the communications. So with that, I would like to offer a very simple statement on line 6 there. I don't have it in writing. I guess we could say such statement shall also appear in writing. Well, right now it says at the end, but now if we say at the beginning and at the end, that's 8 seconds of a 30-second commercial that may be biting into it. But I would like to go ahead and proffer the amendment that the statement shall appear in place of the word "and" at the beginning. And if anybody wants to make an amendment to that, well, let me take that back. let me go ahead and make the amendment that the statement shall also appear in writing at the beginning and the end of the communication.
Does everybody have understand the amendment? Anybody wish to be heard on the amendment? Senator Bloss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And although I agree with the good senator proffering the amendment in as far as the effectiveness of getting the message, I think that also the concern, and I'm just reading this and how it would affect that the statement is at the beginning and at the end, and we're still keeping in for a period of at least 4 seconds. Now, you can read this a couple of ways. This is what my concern is. Is it 4 seconds total? So it's 2 seconds in the front, or 2 seconds in the back, 1 second in the front, 3 seconds in the back, or is it 4 seconds in the beginning and 4 seconds in the end? Again, when you're looking at a 60-second commercial, it probably won't mean a whole lot. But if you're looking at a 30-second commercial, it's a difference. It's a matter of either 4 seconds or 100% increase to 8 seconds. And that's where my concern is the ambiguity as to, are we talking about 4 seconds in the front, 4 seconds in the back, or 4 seconds total? And I don't know whether, if the author of the amendment, if that was his clear intent, or are we going to clean this up a little bit, because the way again, it could be read a couple ways.
Do you yield, Senator Abbott, to the question posed by Senator Bloss?
It's certainly a valid question, Mr. Speaker, and I yield. My intention was 4 seconds at the beginning, the disclaimer, and then 4 seconds at the end. Now, of course, if anybody wanted to get into a dogfight about that, obviously I would prefer that the disclaimer be put at the beginning. Make it clear, and those who don't want to listen to commercials that the candidate does not approve can then just turn it off at that time, and the advertisement can go on otherwise. But that was my amendment, and I guess the gentleman can make an amendment to the amendment.
Let's not print it.
How about if I take a 3-minute recess?
Sure, thank you.
On the record, Senator Abbott.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my amendment, but offer another amendment in place of that.
Please.
Okay, and so the amendment that I will make then is on page 4, line 6, where it reads, such statements will also appear in writing at the, strike out the word end, and replace it with the word beginning. So such statements shall also appear in writing at the beginning of that communication.
Excuse me, what line?
That was line 6 on page 4, paragraph D. It should read, such statements shall also appear in writing at the, strike out the word and, replace it with the word beginning.
All right, so the amendment is very simple, striking the word and replacing it with beginning. Anybody wish to be heard on the amendment? Any objection to the amendment to line 6? Seeing no objection. Anybody wish to be heard on the bill? No one. Senator Respicio, on moving the bill to voting file, any objection? Hearing no objection. Bill number 80, the next one on the agenda is Bill 89. Senator Dr. Yamashita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Now, am I supposed to say I move this to the voting file?
Second reading file. Third reading file.
I request that we move this to the third reading file, and I ask to speak on the bill, please.
So worded.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bill 89-31 is an act to establish the Guam Early Learning Council for Guam's Early Childhood Comprehensive System. Since 2008, all programs and supports and services that address supports and services from birth through age 5 have been meeting together as required by an executive order signed by Governor Felix Camacho. What we have found in the last few years is that coming together has really strengthened collaboration and communication in identifying what we're spending our money on and how we're spending our money on, with the idea that we have learned, as the nation continues to learn, that what happens from birth through age 8 has a significant impact on a person's quality of life. As the bill describes, when Sputnik beat America in space, that's when America stopped and said we really needed to strengthen our math and science programs, and with that, Head Start was born. Since Head Start was born, we have realized that early quality care really does make a difference on high school graduation rates, in teen pregnancies, in the rate of special education services, and as a matter of fact, in the state of California, the reading scores of our third graders determines the number of prison cells that they build. And so more and more we're learning that what goes on early on impacts quality of life. This bill is an attempt to put into statute the fine work that is going on and to strengthen the opportunity to continue to have this work. It also is an attempt to ensure that we make the best use of our resources. We all know, as we listen to different committees and we visit different agencies, we oftentimes hear people doing the same thing over and over again. And I know that I often say, if you would simply speak with this committee or speak with this program, you'll see that you're doing the same thing. And if we strengthened what we're doing, we could get there a little quicker. The composition of the council reflects the original composition. We have found that everybody there is included. We're learning how to work better with each other, from our Parent Information Resource Center to our nonprofits, our care directors, the Guam Medical Society, Public Health Social Services, DOE, Mental Health, Guam Department of Labor, UOG, GCC, the hospital, the Guam Legislative Chairpersons, Madam Speaker, has participated in these meetings. Catholic Social Services, we included parent representatives. The mayors are active as a sanctuary in the Superior Court of Guam. It's broad, and it's broad because all of these agencies and efforts impact our families as they grow. And we know that there is a lot of mission statements that crisscross, and we also know that if we worked collaboratively, then we can again make more efficient use of the resources. And so that is the intent of Bill 89-31, is to put it in statute. And the reason why people have said, well, why do you need to do that? It's already an executive order, and the executive order carries over. And I do know that the council meets on a quarterly basis and has continued to meet. The reason why I would like to see this statute-based is because it does make a difference. Laws do make a difference. And so if we ever get to a point where someone would say that while early childhood, beginning years of life really isn't all that critical, we can say that with pride the 31st Guam Legislature made a statement that early childhood education does make a difference on Guam, and that we have passed a law that's saying that we shall expect for all our programs and agencies that touch our growing families to come together and to make decisions together. So it does add strength to the cause of what happens in our very early years. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, I ask for the consideration and the support of my colleagues in the 31st Guam Legislature.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yamashita. Did I see Senator Duenas' hand? Senator Duenas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in full support of Bill 89, 31. You know, Mr. Speaker, as you know, I spent 6.5 years at the Department of Youth Affairs. And one of the most incredible programs that exist at the Department of Youth Affairs is the relationship with the Department of Education in terms of the school that is operated out of Department of Youth Affairs, so that young people who are up there, clients at the Department of Youth Affairs, can continue to receive their education even while serving out some time for bad decisions, poor decisions that they had made. Mr. Speaker, during the time that I was there, it was one of the key factors to reducing recidivism was those young people who were able to basically get back on track with their education and rediscover that education was the key to their success, and also to make better decisions. And more often than not, we would no longer see those clients after the second contact when they've spent that time revisiting their educational opportunities and changing their future. The one reason why I think that Dr. Yamashita's bill is just so important is really that with those students who were able to reconnect and to have success in once again engaging in their educational studies and to be able to move forward, were those young people who had a strong foundation in their education, and those who before they entered the juvenile justice system were doing quite well in school. And it's obvious in our discussions with teachers from the Department of Education and other professionals treating young people that foundation was key to the ability to treat and rehabilitate young people at a much faster rate and to achieve success and to reduce recidivism. So I think it is brilliant that we put this in statute. A lot of good ideas that are formed with councils. We're going to hear another bill down the line with regard to this issue as well. A lot of great ideas that are put together by executive order, or put together just by like entities, agencies of the government of Guam coming together to solve problems, are not necessarily carried on always. We have a change of administration every 4 years, sometimes 8 years. This body turns over, and so to put these kind of vital programs into law to ensure that there's continuity is extremely important. So I want to commend the author for this excellent piece of legislation, and I look forward to voting in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Duenas. Any other senators wish to be heard? Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you, and so this is Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill. However, during the public hearing, I raised one concern, and everybody thought I was kidding, but I am absolutely serious about it. It was on the co-chairmanship of the council. The co-chairmanship of the council will be shared between the First Lady of Guam and the project director of Project Tinutuhun, Guam's Early Childhood Comprehensive System. And unless this council is only for the next 4 years, it's not going to carry into the next 4 years, or when it come back and amend it. You know, what happens if the next governor of Guam doesn't have a first lady? What happens if she's a woman? You know, of course, even if she's a woman, she can have a first lady, but what happens if there is no first lady? What happens if is single. So is it, who then becomes the co-chair of this? And so I just asked it. I really think, we should just somehow maybe just make it co-chairmanship shall be, the first chair shall be appointed by the governor or designated by the governor. And I'm sure that if he wants to then put the first lady in, he can, or if the first lady doesn't want to chair it because her charity or her area of interest may be in business and she'd rather co-chair Gita, So it's just that I understand that there's an interest in when this council started, that the first lady at that time was very interested, sat for, and through the project, and maybe this current first lady is also interested and wish to serve, but just if we want the thing to carry forward and we don't have to want to come back and amend the law, then I think that somehow we got to find language that would allow the chairmanship to be completed, the co-chairs to be completed based upon what is the status of the governor at that time. So if he's not married, then he would designate. If it's a woman, then he would designate somebody else maybe, because the first man may not want to co-chair this. So again, that's really, and so the language would be, I would just propose that the co-chairmanship of the council will be shared between the governor's designee and Project Tinutuhun. Because that way then the governor can appoint his wife. Believe me, if the first lady wants something, the governor's going to do it. So I have no problem saying the governor will designate. So it would be to just make this amendment that the co-chairmanship of the council on page 5, line 8, will be shared between the governor's designee, and so strike out the First Lady of Guam and just add governor's designee, and then continue with and project director of Project Tinutuan.
On the amendment, anyone wish to be heard after the announcement by the candidate for 2014? Senator Blas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too have the same concern that was brought up by the good senator offering the amendment, but along those lines, and if I can, with regards to, I like the idea with regards to the governor's designee. My concern, and just to add on to the concern that he has to continue, is the director of the project Tinitun, and the project itself is a federally funded grant program. My concern here, Mr. Speaker, is, and I think we all recognize, in as far as what the will and what the sentiments of the nations are going on in the nation, and down the road, although we may not, and we hope that it never happens, what happens then if this project no longer receives the federal funding and this project no longer exists, in as far as the project itself? Not talking about the system, but the project of which the director is a part of. I see the concern that was brought up by the good senator from Barragata with regards to, and what happens if the governor happens to be female, or the governor happens to be single, or otherwise. Yes, I recognize that, Mr. Speaker. But, that said, is in the area of co-chairmanship, since we're dealing with this, is and recognizing the concern that I have with regards to the co-chair also being the project director of a project that may not exist in the next few years, and in the interest of keeping the council going, is then add to that amendment to say the governor's designee and a member voted by other members, or by the membership of the council.
Let's take a 2-minute recess. Work out our
Mr.
chairmanship.
Speaker, while we take that recess, we're going to be passing out the latest version. Apparently the bill was substituted, but the version passed out was the bill as introduced.
All right.
So we did that at the time.
Senator Yamashita, can we get a clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move the substitute bill for Bill 89 be moved to the reading file and be considered.
Any objection? Hearing no objection. With the substitute version now before the body, are there any other comments?
Mr. Speaker, with regards to the substitute version, then my amendment becomes moot because it's already included on it. So, but no objections on Senator Pangolin's amendment.
The amendment by Senator Pangilinan. Any other senator wish to be heard on designee of the governor? Any objection to Senator Pangolinan's amendment? Hearing or seeing no objection, so ordered. Anybody else wish to be heard on the bill? Senator Dr. Mabini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Bill 8931, and I just wanted to point out that one of the most important things, at least for me, of this bill has to do with the what's noted on page 6, which is regarding the integration of data collection and evaluation. If anything that we've learned is that compiling data and using data to make our decisions is one of the challenges that we have as a government, and developing a system where data collection or data is integrated and referenced and where we can make wise decisions is important. And I commend the author of the bill, and I firmly support and be happy to vote in support of Bill 89. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Any other senators wish to be heard on Bill 89? If not, I will recognize the author for closing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asked to make sure that we know that we are referencing Bill number 89-31 as substituted by Committee on Health and Human Services, Economic Development, Senior Citizens, and Election Reform. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the support. It is clear to me that the members of this legislature understand the significance of the early years. If we could do a better job at parenting, if we could do a better job at family supports and services, many of our social issues that we find ourselves addressing later on in life will be addressed and will be stopped. So I thank you, and I ask all members for their support in passage of Bill 89. Thank you, sir.
On the motion to move the bill to the voting file, hearing no objection, so ordered. Are we at 137 now? Are we going to 137 now? Senator Rodriguez, are we ready for 137 or are we going to 117? The legislature is back in session. We'll resume the discussion on Bill 137. Senator Rodriguez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it's appropriate that I get moved to place substitute Bill 137-31 to the third reading file and be allowed for discussion.
Seeing no or hearing no objections, ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is at the request of the Department of Public Health and Social Services and sanctioned by the Governor of Guam. Essentially, what they're asking is for a fee increase to the sanitary permit. And if we had not acted on this proposal that was submitted to the legislature, Mr. Speaker, then automatically the increases and whatever provisions that they requested would be adopted. And so we thought that it was important to introduce this bill, to have it codified, and also to make certain changes that I think are appropriate, especially in times as we are today in our economy. There was a amendment that I was offering earlier. I'd like to just read it again. This would be on page 12, after line 22, to add a new subsection 4506.1 to read advance notification of fee schedules. The director shall ensure that advance written notification is provided to all sanitary permit licensees relative to the cost for permit renewal upon the expiration of their current permit. The information shall be immediately provided as a permit renewal notification. What happens, Mr. Speaker, is that when departments, agencies, just like public health, want to make any changes to the Guam Administrative Rules and Regulations, they have to go through a public hearing and have interested parties come in and provide testimony. And usually, I think I've been keeping track of these things, and there's not much interest that comes out, people from the community that come out to testify. And I don't know if it's because of the lack of notice they receive in these hearings, but I know for sure that when businesses, especially the small mom and pops, Mr. Speaker, when they come for their renewals or apply for a new sanitary permit, that's when they're going to be really surprised to know that the fees have increased tremendously. And so what this amendment does, Mr. Speaker, is make sure, it ensures that when you have a sanitary permit and you go up for renewal, that a notice is printed on your sanitary permit to remind you of any fee adjustments the department will be making in the future. And so I'm hoping that the Department of Public Health will be able to use their resources wisely and use the sanitary permits now, which wouldn't cost any additional expenses, and just have a small box of reminder on the corner or somewhere in the front of the permit that gives these reminders of any fee increases, and also perhaps could be used in the future for any notices that the department would like to share with the licensees. So I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues will see the importance of adding this in the legislation. Thank you.
On the amendment offered by Senator Rodriguez, anybody wish to be heard? Any objection to the amendment offered by Senator Rodriguez? So ordered. Do you have another amendment, Senator Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to offer an amendment on page 11, after line 8, add a new part 3 to subsection B of 4506, fees, to read. And the amendment you have now just says 20, but we wanted to say $25 for special village events officially sponsored by a village municipal planning council, provided, however, the vendor shall be limited to 3 events per calendar year per permit issued. What's happening now, Mr. Speaker, is when we have our village fiestas, the municipal planning council plans for this festival, and in an effort to promote our culture and to help our people in the villages, they're allowed to set up a table, just like when the coconut festival or the mango festival. Really, if you think about it, when you have Tunben or Tanmaria who has a plantation in their backyard and really doesn't cost them anything to cut it down, harvest it, and bring it to these fairs, to these festivals, and one, showcase our culture, but two, to make a little bit of money from what they have been planting in their backyards. I think the current regulation that requires them to obtain a sanitary permit that costs, I believe, $100 for a temporary or $300 for a temporary sanitary permit is unconscionable and is unacceptable. And it's not something that I, for one, don't want Tun Ben to be able to tell him, you have to come up with $300 before you can cut down your coconuts or your mangoes or what have you to be able to sell at this fair. So this provision would allow now for a very minimal cost, which is just to cover the cost in issuing this sanitary permit. And they will still have to go through the rules and regulations that public health sets up. But the biggest thing here is the amount in obtaining that sanitary permit. And so hopefully this is something that will promote our small business, or actually promote our people who not really are thinking of becoming business people, but I think if they see the value of what it takes to be involved in business, then this may be a door opener for them. So I'm hoping that my colleagues as well will see the importance of this amendment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
On the amendment, Senator Muñoz-Barnes.
Sidus Masi, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say I rise in support of the Rodriguez amendment. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, as the oversight of the Mayor's Council and really advocating for the events that happen in each of the villages around our island and the pride that goes into having these kind of cultural events, to not just as a part of tourism, but as a part of bringing the families together. One that just happened recently, and the good author knows about this, is the Banana Festival, where we did have vendors who were cooking food, but those are vendors that are there that sell foods and consumables all year round. And at the Banana Festival, there were many activities. Like there was a banana pie contest, a banana cake contest, a banana. But what happened is they had to do everything at home, and instead of showing the true talent of what and making the items prepared there, or the what have you, the cakes and the breads and the banelas, because they had to pay so much, these folks within the village of Talafofo couldn't see themselves paying $300 for a one-time event. And I know that also at the Mango Festival, there is a section of that activity that showcases how mango, what can be made from mango. And the concern that the mayor had was as they go through all the regulations of making sure that the area for the vendor is clean and they meet all the sanitary permits. It was just, how do you assess the $300 fee to Tan Maria or to Joe, who really wants to do this, who really has a secret recipe but doesn't want to pay that much for a weekend event? And I totally agree with Senator Rodriguez, and as far as this amendment will take care and address that, and hopefully with the other events coming in from the other village festivals and events, that we can have more of the participants from the communities coming out to showcase what their village is known for. And it's like Agat is mango, in Manila is the hot peppers, the Doni village. In Talafofo, it's the banana. In Maleso, it's the coconut. So as all the mayors have an identity of a crop or a fruit or a vegetables, I think this is one way to showing that we do support those kind of efforts and those activities, and we want to make sure that we engage in our children, in our community residents being a part of those events. So I support the amendment.
Thank you very much, Senator Barnes. Senator Blas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, although I recognize the intent proffered by the good senator in being able to provide, the difference with regards to events sponsored by the Village Municipal Planning Council. I think we've got to go back to page 9, line 12, because in the definition of temporary food service establishment, it says shall mean any eating, drinking establishment operates at a fixed location for a period of time not exceeding 6 months in conjunction with a carnival, fair, circus, exhibition, or other transitory gathering not of a permanent structure. I believe that we may have caused some confusion here with regards to and so.
Very good point. Let's take a 2-minute recess. Senator Rodriguez, you have a simple amendment. I hope that our colleagues will save the forest by allowing you just to read it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To resolve the concern the valid concern that Senator Blas had, I'd like to make an amendment to page 9 after line 15 to add item R, and the new item R shall read special village event sponsored by the Village Municipal Council shall mean a carnival, fair, circus, exhibition, or other transitory gathering not to exceed 7 consecutive days.
Does everybody hear and understand that amendment? Any objection to the amendment? Seeing or hearing no objection, amendment is adopted. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Senator Pangilinan.
Just want to say, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I certainly support the bill and the updating of the rules and regulations and the fee schedule. But my concern, of course, is what I would even call sticker shock. You know, it is true that we haven't increased the price of the sanitary permit. I think 2000 and actually it hasn't been that long. There are other permits that are in place right now that have been in place longer than these permits. But the base rate right now, as the good author or the sponsor of the legislation is $130. That's your base rate now, and then $5 per employee. Now, this is what I would call sticker shock, you know, even if it's not that much, but now we're going to go from 130 to 290. That's almost a 300% increase, almost a 300% increase in terms of from one year to the next. And for those establishments that have smaller, real family-owned establishment, that really is a burden to go from 130 to 290. I mean, we hear it from other establishments on Guam with regards to the fees and the regulations. We see it with the child care providers, you know, in terms of some of the new rules and regulations that will be put in place that will affect the cost to the consumer. That was their main concern, not the cost of them, but the cost of the consumer. So when we increase a fee 300%, even if it's a one-time fee, for the smaller businesses, it really does, I believe, become a burden. And so what I'm proposing, Mr. Speaker, is a bill that, or an amendment that I've passed out to phase in the increase of the base rate to those institutions or those establishments that have 10 or less employees. And so the amendment that you have before you should have my name on it, and it will be to amend the first paragraph of 4506, Article 5, Chapter 4, Title 26, Guam Administrative Rules and Regs on page 10 of the bill to read, and it should have number 2 on it and handwritten up in the right-hand corner. And so the fees would be phased in for those employees or establishments with less than 10 employees. And it would read now that the sanitary fee for the permit for the following health regulated establishments shall be $290, which is in keeping with the request by the Department of Public Health, the request by the governor to increase it from 130 to 290. So the governor wants to increase the base rate from 130 to 290 if the establishment has 10 or more employees, and that semicolon there should not be there. So, and $5 for each additional employee above 10 thereafter. So for those establishments that are more than 10, if you have 11 employees, it'll be $290 plus $5 for the 11th employee. If 12 employees, plus $5 for the 11th and the 12th employee. So that's the amendment. And then, or that would be the rate for them. And then for establishments with less than 10 employees, the fee shall be $150. until January 1st, 2012. And then for establishments with less than 10 employees, the fee shall be $220 from January 2nd to 12 until January 2nd to 14. And then after 214, everybody then goes to the base rate that is being requested be put in place today. But I thought, or I'm suggesting and asking the consideration by my colleagues in this body, that for those establishments with less than 10, we phase in that base rate increase from 130 today to 150 to 220, and then after year 5, it'll go to the 290. So that's the amendment.
On the Pangilinan amendment, Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the amendment proffered by the good senator from Barragata, because it does provide a phasing in. That said, though, there are still some questions that I have with regards to, even if you weren't to have the amendment alone, is this whole identification of who the employee is. Mr. Speaker, although we quantify here with regards to employees, my concern is then, does this also mean that this employee is a full-time as well as a part-time employee? What about those places and those establishments, such as the summer months that are coming on? Okay, you got a number of family businesses, the mom and pop stores. Kids are getting off of school, they have summer, they look for part-time jobs, they want to work in the mom and pop store for the summer, they want to work in a mom and pop establishment or down at the carnival for that matter, at a part-time basis. So does this now mean that for every part-time employee that you've got there, that also qualifies as an employee, and then he can qualify? So for an individual who's only probably going to work for 1 week out of the year or 2 weeks out of the year, does now this business have to take into account that employee and then pay the additional sanitary fee just for the existence of that 1, 2 week, 3 month employee? And it's not going against, again, I recognize and I see that the Senator Peng, the good senator from Barragata, his amendment is basically to help in as far as those establishments that have 10 employees or less than 10 employees, and a phase in. I recognize that, but I think the concern here is going back to the identification. What is the definition of an employee?
Senator Pangilinan, do you yield?
And I don't, should.
Again, my amendment does not affect the existing definition, but on page 7, the definition of an employee, and this is not my portion of the bill, it just says employee shall mean any individual, including the owner, the operator, the manager, or other person performing any function in a health-regulated establishment, whether for compensation or otherwise. So, again, that covers the fee schedules. So my amendment does not touch that or interfere with that definition and the application of this definition to that. My amendment only addresses the base rate for those establishments with less than 10 employees.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan.
And I agree with the good senator from Barragata. I don't see, with regards to yielding to him for this. My concern is in this whole discussion, because it will cause, in some cases, it could cause a mom and pop establishment to go from below that threshold of less than 10 employees to, in the summer months, in excess of that. Then how do we qualify this? I just bring that
as chair. I don't think I can respond. So I'm hoping somebody can respond. Is that an objection to the amendment?
I don't object to the amendment per se. My concern, though, is in this is objecting. The amendment is attempts to amend language that is currently in the bill. My concern, though, is, albeit and despite the amendment, is this whole, again, classification of the employee, because it will have an effect as whether or not a business is below that threshold of less than 10 employees, or could they be above it because they've got these temporary employees? And this means a significant cost when you're looking at the sanitary permit. It goes from 290, for an establishment with 10 or more, down to 150 for establishment that has, 9 and less. But it goes back to what is the definition of an employee. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Rodriguez, do you have a response for Senator Bloss as to how we can address this?
Mr. Speaker, if I can request for a few-minute recess.
Sure. Legislature's back in session. Do we have a resolution? All right. There's no objection to the amendment. The chair made a grievous error earlier. We didn't finish the discussion on the original or the second amendment by Senator Rodriguez. So on the amendment for the temporary, the definition of the $25 fee. Is there any objection to that? Seeing no objection. On the bill. Anybody else wish to be heard on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Rodriguez, you are recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleagues. I know there was a lot of concern and interest in this particular legislation, and rightly so, Mr. Speaker. This would change the, if it was adopted automatically without us intervening, it would have changed how our small business, especially our small businesses, operates. And so I want to thank my colleagues for working through in getting a legislation for the issuance of sanitary permits a little bit more easier for our small businesses. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the motion to send the bill down to voting file, seeing no objection, so ordered. We'll take a recess for lunch back at 1:30, please, everyone. When we get back at 1:30, we'll be discussing the two education bills. We'll start with 117 or 103? 117, all right, everyone? 1:30, please. Legislature's back in session. The Majority Leader, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at your request, I'm privileged and honored to recognize a very distinguished member of the Fijian government. He's Dr. Tapini Baba. He's a former Minister for Education in 1987. He's also the former Deputy Prime Minister from 1999 to 2000, as well as from 2005 to 2006, he's a senator from Fiji. And so at this time, I know while the people of Guam can't see him, I'd like them to know that he's in a public hearing room and he's monitoring all the discussions involving education here on our island. So I take the privilege of welcoming here to this legislature. And I'd like to move that he be granted privilege of the floor if in the event he'd like to join us and observe us from inside our session hall. On that motion, Mr. Speaker.
Hearing no objection. The next item on the agenda is Bill 97. Senator Munya Barnes, you're recognized. Go ahead. I have no idea.
Si Diyos Maasi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 97-31 COR is introduced by myself and Senator Villada be moved to the third reading, and I'd like to speak on it, please.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that Bill number 97-31 is an act to repeal and reenact Section 4502 of 10 Guam Code Annotated, Chapter 4A, to add a new Section 4510 to 10 GCA Chapter 4A, and to amend Section 3231 of 10 GCA Chapter 3 relative to the control and disposition of a dead human body and the duty of burial. Mr. Speaker, more than a year ago, concerned participants within a community organization realized that one of its own members had been in our hospital's morgue for more than a month. And though he was a longtime resident of Guam, this man had no next of kin as defined by the statute. And it was only through extraordinary measures that this man's body met its final disposition. Though I'm sure that our measure will be strengthened by this body, and the body at large, Bill number 97 clearly defines the next of kin, and it grants the right of disposition to a friend or an organization who assumes responsibility for the body in the absence of a next of kin, and allows for a funeral director the right of disposition should no other alternative be found. And I just want to note for the record that sometimes the human consequences of public policies are lost, and yet it is clear that dignity should be given to every human being throughout every phase of human existence, from birth to final disposition. Mr. Speaker, we know that in our recent past that we've had bodies unclaimed at our morgue. I know that the medical examiner has shared some of his concerns with our colleagues in this legislature about really finding someone out there who can come and claim these bodies so that they could have a proper funeral service. I know that in working closely with our local mortuaries here, I know that it has come to their attention that even during times of difficulties in trying to find somebody to claim this body so that it could go through a proper funeral service, is that it have to go through literally extraordinary measures, and there's a lot of motions that have to go through the judicial system, and I'm hoping that with the passage of this bill, my colleagues could support the effort to know that we'll finally have a provision that will work closely to those who are not an next of kin but want to be able to claim the person who has gone and has died, so that they could proper services could be provided to them, burial services could be provided to them. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will help me in this effort, and I'd like to thank my co-sponsor, Senator Tony Atta, for helping and assisting with me in this effort. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any other senators wish to be heard? Senator Abbott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, Senator Barnes, for including me as co-sponsor. I think this is time has come that we now will be able to ensure that our loved ones or those who pass are given a proper, dignified burial. Over the years, as many know, that prior to becoming an elected official, I was the funeral director. And over the years, we've come into many situations where a next of kin cannot be found, or the person has no relatives that are surviving him, and his friends would like to claim his remains, but are unable to do so unless they go through the judicial process. And a lot of families or a lot of friends don't have that type of money to go through the court system, to hire an attorney, go through the court system, get an ex parte so that they be able to give their friend a proper burial. This will alleviate any remains being unclaimed at our hospital. And I think this is a step in the right direction as an island, because as culturally sensitive as we are to our loved ones who have passed, we like to ensure that everyone is given a dignified burial. This doesn't take away from the next of kin, the spouse, or the children, as they still have to be notified if a friend would like to be the one to bury. But this helps those that don't have families for their friends to go ahead and be their next of kin, to give them that proper burial. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to please support this legislation. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague, Senator Barnes, for including me as being a co-sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else? Hearing none, Senator Barnes, you're recognized to send this down. Oh, wait, I see Senator Mabini's hand go up. Senator Mabini, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just have a point of inquiry for the author. Just and maybe the co-sponsor as well. And as far as the reasonable cost that will be incurred if nobody else were to come forth, could you please clarify again one more time? Because the last thing that we want is people who want to just step back and not take responsible for it and end up leaving it to the final mortician, perhaps?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, there are provisions in law right now that if a body is not claimed within a certain time, then it will fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Public Health to ascertain the closest next of kin, and if there's no next of kin, then it's the government's responsibility to provide for the funeral services. But I would like to know that in our recent past, that some nonprofit organizations or associations have come together and have shared their perspective and worked closely with the judicial system to get a court order to have it released so that they can provide for the services. But it is the responsibility for the government of Guam to make sure that the bodies are, the disposition of the bodies that are not claimed to be taken care of. So it is the government's responsibility. And in this case, that we're just simplifying it, well, at least finding an alternative so that they don't have to go through the court system and pay an enormous fee to go through the motions to get the judicial system to grant an order to that particular individual or that friend or distant relative or an association to have to work with the court system to get that approved. So in this effort, it just gives the alternatives for someone who wants to pay and wants to make sure that that proper services is provided, that they'll be granted this alternative.
Okay, thank you. That's right.
Senator Addo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the author would yield, I just have a question on page 5. actually starting on page 4 there, line 24, says, for indigents, the duty of the director. And I guess this here is referring to where the duty of burial or other disposition of a dead human body does not devolve upon any other person in Guam, or if such person cannot, after reasonable diligence, be found within Guam, the director shall arrange for the burial, cremation, or other appropriate disposition of such body. I'd just like to inquire, how might we, maybe if we can get an example of what other appropriate, I mean, in my mind, it's either we bury the body or we cremate it, but what other disposition might there be?
Mr. Speaker, can I yield to the expertise of a mortician here, as my colleague from my co-sponsor on this, so that he can give the...
Whoever wishes to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Other appropriate disposition of the body would be sea burial in likes of cremation or burial. So that would also include sea burial.
So then, thank you very much. So then maybe, so that there's, it just kind of scares me when we say other appropriate disposition. Maybe an appropriate disposition might be to give it to some medical school, as opposed to saying for the burial at sea or on land and cremation of such body, but doesn't really leave us with the option of donating the body to somebody else. So, you know, if that's the other appropriate disposition, then it's probably a breakdown of the term burial. And so maybe what we may want to do is put an amendment in there which more precisely determines that burial could be at sea or on land, and cremation. And that maybe that those would be the only two dispositions that we really would be allowing by law.
That we can, that's fine, Mr. Speaker. We can put sea or land burial and cremation of such body, disposition of such body.
If you just give me a minute, I'll just need to write it down.
All right, a 1-minute recess.
On page 5, line 1, it shall read, diligence be found within Guam. The director shall arrange for the burial, left parenthesis, at sea or on land, right parentheses, or cremation, and then delete the words or other appropriate disposition. Delete those words, so that then it will read, the director shall arrange for the burial at sea or on land or cremation of such body.
On the amendment, anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, any objection to the amendment? Being no objection, ordered. Anybody else wish to be heard on the bill, on the main motion? None, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank my colleagues who spoke on support of the bill, and I just hope that my colleagues give me their continued support as we deliberate, and I would like to, as we vote on this, and I'd like to move into the voting file.
On the motion to move the bill to voting file, any objection? No objection. Thank you. Bill 97 is now in the voting file. Mr. Majority Leader. Oh, 1:30 was 30 minutes ago.
Mr. Speaker, 117 is ready and the speaker is here.
All right, the next bill on the agenda is Bill 117. Madam Speaker, you're recognized.
Ooh, this thing's for Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to place as substitute Bill number 117 as substituted by the Committee on Education and Public Libraries, the third reading file, and I would like to speak on it.
Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just as I try to do this as quickly as I can, and I hope my other colleagues will join me and provide additional information. But the Bill 117 has actually been prompted by, several confusion, I suppose, and inconsistencies in the certification of our teachers. And what had happened was that then a Public Law 29-73 established a separate Guam Educators Certification Commission. They're taken out under the supervision of the Superintendent of Education, and that it was actually an independent body now, and they're currently at the University of Guam. I mean, they're independent, they're not part of it, but their office is housed there. Then, so it has taken 2 years for this council actually to come up with what I'm presenting here this morning, and the groups of stakeholders were teachers, counselors, administrators, librarians, career and technical educators, nurses, Head Start, Chamorro language teachers, Chamorro Studies Divisions Director, and the University Program Director. And after many months of discussion, the group of these advisory groups then agreed to the sections that are affecting them. So we had a public hearing, and there are significant changes in the rules. And what I like to do, if I can, if you have your bill, is just to kind of just go through them so that then you'll be able to follow with me, and I'll try to clarify this as much as possible. But the very first thing I like to do then, Mr. Speaker, then is just on the very first page will be to make a motion on the sponsorship, and these are the names in order of the amendments. It'll be Senator Guthertz as a second co-sponsor, Senator Mabini, Senator Yamashita, Senator Munya Barnes, and Senator Pangilinan. Those are the names of the co-sponsors. Thank you very much. I'd like to take you then to, I know there are definitions, and the first one that I think is really important is page 5, and that's on the mentorship. And this mentorship program will refer to a program that will provide peer guidance to the new educators. And this is what's very important because it's not just anybody else who are going to be mentoring any one of these educators, but those who are in their peers. And the reason why I say this is important because just last Saturday I attended a meeting of several Chamorro language teachers as a result of the Chamorro conference have put together questions about the Chamorro language program, and they were addressing how does one become a Chamorro language teacher, what the status is, what their standards and materials are, what the laws and policies are, all that. But one of the things that they mentioned was very important was the mentorship. And at one time, they used to have mentors, and now they don't. And that's why I'm saying that this will be primarily by their peers. So that means if it's a Chamorro language teacher, the mentor will be a Chamorro language teacher as well. I want to take you to page 14. And the reason why I'm doing this because there are exemptions, and this is for the praxis, because that's been the biggest question about the praxis. And it says here that all candidates for Guam Professional Educators Certification, these are the individuals then that will be will have a bachelor's degree. that all of these candidates then are required to take the praxis except for, and then you go down to the list, we're starting with 12, on lines 12 where those exemptions are, and it says for all certificates for Chamorro language and culture teachers, all those in or basic preschool, and all those for career and technical education. Now, there is a big difference here, however, is that there's a different requirement from the School of Education at the University of Guam, and that is if you are going to be admitted or prior to the admission to the School of Education, the School of Education at the University of Guam requires then that Praxis 1 be taken and passed, and then before you get your degree, that Praxis 2 then would have to be taken as well and passed. On page 15, on the certificate here, will be valid from the date that the certificate is issued by the Guam Certification Office. Now, many certificates, as a matter of fact, will start to expire May and June, primarily because a lot of teachers go in and try to get their certificate at that time. And then, of course, there are those who come later. But what they decided to do here is that that this rule here, that when it will no longer be that you have this spread out. I mean, you have it rather May and June, but that it will actually be spread out. So if you come in and apply in September, then your certificate will expire in September and not in May or June. So that's one change. The renewal of the expired certification is that for those that would expire less than 5 years, and then they have a requirement for those that will be for more than 5 years, and usually after more than 5 years they would not be eligible for renewal. Continue on page 16 for the continuing education units, and this is on their website too, is that in particular will be the Chamorro language teachers as well as and the others, the career and technical, is that if these teachers, and actually all educators, because if these teachers are participating even in a professional development program, that then they can actually get CEUs for that and use it towards their certification. It doesn't necessarily mean that you'd have to take university courses, semester courses, then to actually renew your certificate. There are other ways in which, and other activities, education activities that are acceptable by the certification that they can use for their renewal towards the renewal of their certificate. On page 18, and this is a fairly new certificate, and these are the individuals. In order for us to bring as many teachers into the profession of education, is that not just those who start off and you get them into this education track and then they have a specialization, but actually you have individuals out in the community who already have degrees in different subject areas and may want now to have a change in their careers, can actually go through this fast track program, and so that they'll be able to take then their education courses. The fast track certification program will waive, however, the student teaching or internship teaching requirement with an evidence of 2 years of documented and verifiable teaching experience. And you've had teachers who've actually been teaching for some time, but because they were not either in the school system, and then they may have a bachelor's degree, and they will say, well, in the past they would not accept them, but now they will be able to accept those documents and verifiable teaching experience. And you go down further where it says on line 16 on page 18, the certificates for teachers in general. These are not the ones necessarily with specialization other than those are elementary ed and secondary ed. And what their minimum qualification is a bachelor's degree and a praxis. So that would always be with those with a bachelor's degree. The emergency, page 19 on emergency teaching certificate. And I know if you look on line 8 in particular, when you're wondering what all those policies are, So 1,000.21, that was the for elementary teachers for emergency certificate. The 0.22 are secondary teachers. 0.24 are SPET teachers. 0.25 are preschool. 0.27 are Chamorro language teachers. And then 144 is the non-renewable emergency conditional certificates. And then 0.20, that has been totally now replaced, of course, by the new certificates. On page 22, the minimum of the professional educator certificate, and this is where this is for all educators now, which is one, the individual must fulfill the requirements. Like, for example, for Chamorro language, and that's a little bit later, but I'll explain this. For the initial educator certificate or the initial educator Chamorro language and culture teachers here must provide the following. And normally, like I said, these are individuals already with a bachelor's degree. And for everyone also coming in is that they must take, yes, Guam history or Guam culture. They must have 60 clock hours of professional activities. And like I said earlier, attending conferences or events dealing even with the Chamorro language, that if you document that, then they can use that. Satisfactory performance or completion of a professional growth plan. And normally that's something you would plan with your school principal. Then there is a completion of 1 year mentorship in our schools. And like I say again, this will be by a peer. It's like a peer guidance. And the completion of 2 years as an initial certificate. If those individuals who would get an initial certificate, that certificate is good for 3 years. And if you really are using your certificate, then that would not be a problem where they do require 2 years of it because your certificate is really for 3 years. Beyond then now a bachelor's, and you enter the master's degree and above, even a doctorate, then that will be a master educator certificate. And that has its requirements as well of the regular bachelor's program, master's program that are all required. There is such a thing as the professional endorsement for specialty areas. And that is, of course, a completion of 15 credit hours in the field. And usually those are specialty areas are such areas such as library science, instructional technology, visually impaired, orientation and mobility, deaf and hearing impaired, speech, media specialists, and other specialty areas as approved. And what also included in that are middle school teachers as well, because they don't have currently a middle level certification, but there is an endorsement for those teachers. Now, this is where, of course, a lot of questions, everyone has this question, and that will be the Chamorro language teachers. And it will make it easier for me to explain this. Today, what exists is that we have these temporary certificates, and these temporary certificates, you would have an A, B, C, and there's a 1A, 1B, and 1C. Well, all that has changed now. So what it is that a temporary Chamorro language and culture teaching certificate would require that the individual have 30 semester hours of college credit. And with that, the teachers will have then a certificate for 2 years. And it can be renewed one time after that. Then when you move up the level in terms of the number of courses that you're taking, is that then you would have 60 semester hours. And those teachers who used to be in what we call 1B, 1A and 1B is anywhere between 60 and 90 semester hours. They would have a basic certificate, and that can be renewed. It's for 2 years, and this is the thing that is really critical for Chamorro language teachers. And I say it's critical because Actually, many of them would probably remain in this area because they would need to meet the requirements of the School of Education to then pass the praxis and when they enter the program, and pass praxis 2 when they exit the program. The nice thing about the basic here is that there is unlimited renewability of their certificate, and it's for 2 years at a time. It is, of course, unfortunate that we don't want to have our teachers remain, here forever, but this would definitely address some of the teachers who are at the point of either getting ready to retire, or those who just don't want to pursue then a bachelor's degree. Then they will be able to continue to teach because it's an unlimited renewability. Once now, any of our Chamorro language teachers who have attained have a bachelor's degree rather, is that, and have passed, of course, praxis 1, is that if they're accepted in SOE, is that they would become an initial educator. And the initial educators, their certificate will be good for 3 years, and they can renew it 2 times. Let me see, I want to double check. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's a 3-year, you're right, certificate, but they would not be able to renew it. And after that, let's say if they decide that they do not want to then proceed and graduate with a degree, then they will go back again to the basic. These qualifications as well is very similar, like I said earlier, in the requirements rather for not just the Chamorro language teacher, but the career and technical teachers, and including the preschool, which is our Head Start program, that they too would not be required to take the praxis. For school administrators, an amendment was made on page 30, which used to be building principal, and we really need to get away from that idea because a lot of principals feel that the only thing they're going to be taking care of will be the facility, when in essence they are instructional leaders, must be thinking on that line of being instructional leaders, because it is the instructional leaders who can actually determine the success of our school teachers and students. So it's really important that we start, shifting away from that type of description of or labeling of our teachers. On page 37, there is teachers who may request then for an extension of their certificate, and usually these are for extenuating circumstances that then the executive director may grant up to 1 year extension. And on page 41 and 42 is the fee. Wow, I took 15 minutes. Real quickly, the fee then.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The bells rang. Please advise the school principal that. But I rise to kindly yield my time to Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I won't
The
take
full
that.
15 minutes.
I appreciate it, but I won't take that long then. But I just wanted everyone to know that there is. Thank you. I do appreciate it. That there's a $5 fee for their certificates. So it was really $5 per year. They've extended, of course, the time, and when they do that, really it's just $5 a year. So there's not, people won't have to feel that, oh my gosh, I'm going to be spending an exorbitant amount for that. The second amendment I like to offer, if you look at page 42, where you have the schedule for the fee, but flip the page over and you'll notice it's back to page 2. So we need to make sure when we got this back from the clerk's office, after we did the substituted version, this is what we got. So the amendment then is to make the corrections. It's a technical thing that if after page 42, that from there on in, we numerically renumber the pages. And then the last thing here on this bill is the effective date, and it says that this act shall become effective upon the date of enactment of this bill. Some other information that I like to share with you, just to let you know what we're really dealing with here and why it is important to not only pass this, because like I said earlier, is that we do have several teachers whose certificate will be expiring in May and June. And the number of individuals here that really will be affected, and that this new certification process actually would help a lot of these teachers. The total number of teachers who will be affected just from this alone are like 47 teachers who would need to renew their certificate. Now, some of them are initial teachers, and already, though that particular certificate currently exists in the board policy, the initial, the professional, and the master's program, because that was passed by DOE policy. What the Certification Council has done is taken that now and absorbed it into the full certification. So there are about 14 who are already in the initial, their certificate will be expiring. So when we look at these teachers who are going to be affected, like I said, from January 2008 to December 2010, there are 28 teachers, and then from January 2011 to May, which is just next month, this month, 2011, 19. So there's really a total then of 47 teachers who will be affected. The one information that some of our colleagues had asked me earlier to get here is that the issue of the praxis scores. And my understanding is, and we thought that yes, they're able to use a combination of the total numbers, but what we were informed was that the requirement for praxis 1 for reading is 173 points for passing, and then for writing and math it's 170 passing. I know that we are going to have about 4 Chamorro language and culture teachers, and who will receive their degrees. So we do have teachers who are really making the effort and wanting to get their degrees. All they have to do now, of course, we're waiting, is to find out whether they have passed the praxis in order then for them to I mean, that's just from the university, but they should be able to get a certificate. I'd like to also let our colleagues know, and our listening audience know, is that when we did discuss this when we had the public hearing rather, is that the personnel officer was asked to be, to be in attendance of the public hearing, because this was the first time that she's actually heard of some of these changes taking place, and the movement from 1A, B, and C to now a temporary, a basic, and an initial. So, and now my understanding as well from the certification office is that the teachers, the Chamorro language and culture teachers who were currently in the older university catalogs, and that's here where they did not need to take praxis 1, but all new applicants, of course, and again, I'll qualify that, entering the SOE would now have to not only follow the new catalog requirements, but also to pass the praxis 1. This whole certification process, Mr. Speaker, really is a step in the right direction. But there's always this however or a but, because we still need to now look at how then after this help our teachers who are currently in the system who would need assistance in for the praxis 1. And my understanding is that GCC actually offers courses on it for preparation of it. But I think what we need to do is actually look at the scholarship that we're going to provide for the next fiscal year, is that maybe a certain amount of the monies actually be put aside then to help these teachers. Currently, and I'd like to thank all of you for the last session when we did pass the scholarship bill, the Yamashita Educator Core Scholarship, that Chamorro language teachers, actually 10 of them a year, will be able to get some assistance to be able then to pursue a degree to teach Chamorro language and culture. In addition, this hopefully will be our first year as well, in which we would have actually one per school pursue again a degree. These are first year students, because my understanding that in 4 to 5 years, if we don't start doing anything now to recruit these teachers, because remember now these are mandated by law, is that we would actually not be able, the department would not be able to find these teachers and hire these teachers if nothing is done. And hopefully then now with 10 to 15 a year, in 4 years we should be able to, and continue to replenish our teachers, that they'll be able to enter at the temporary. We'll have them at the basic. Then hopefully when they get their degree, they'll be at the initial and move on up to the professional level. So I hope that I was able to answer, but explain some of these so that then it would address maybe any questions that you may have about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any other senator wish to be heard on the bill? Senator Guthridge, then you, please. Senator Guthridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I'm very pleased to support the bill, and I would just like to add a few words. I think that it's very important that we recognize and really show respect to our cultural teachers, our teachers that teach the Chamorro language and culture to our students. And I know many of these teachers. Some of them have been in the system many years. They're extremely devoted and committed. There's also a number that are young and new and very motivated and committed to pass on the language and the culture to Guam's students. And to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to see arbitrary requirements put in place that almost make it impossible for some of these teachers to meet. And I think we need to take into consideration other jurisdictions in our country and elsewhere in the world that really honor their cultural teachers and their indigenous language teachers. The idea of certification, accreditation, etc. is really a Western concept. And as you know, in history, the language and the culture have been passed down from one generation to another by those who maybe were not called teachers, but who were given the respect as teachers are, over the decades because of what they did and their commitment to what they do. So I think this bill is a good bill. I had the chance to speak to Senator Wampat, and we do plan to do more things with respect to the subject and to find a formal way to recognize these teachers and to ensure that what they do continues. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Guthridge. Any other senator wish to be heard? Senator Munya-Barnes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the author of the legislation for giving me the opportunity to be a co-sponsor with her, and I support the intent of the bill and appreciated her follow-through on the proposed amendments to the current chapter that we have on the GAR. One of my concerns, and if I can pose an inquiry to the
good, Madam Speaker, is in reference to the interstate reciprocity. And it specifically states here on page 16 that interstate reciprocity, individuals holding a valid state teaching credential such as a license or certificate may qualify for an initial Guam certificate with comparable endorsement areas, provided such license is issued by a state that has signed the NASDAQ interstate agreement and is a full credential without deficiencies or holds national certification from the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards. Mr. Speaker, what had happened in the recent, not too long ago, was there was a couple of teachers who were teaching back in the United States, came to Guam, and was told that reciprocity would be afforded their way based on certain testings that were done. And I just wanted to see that it says here that individuals holding a valid state teaching credential such as a license may qualify. And I just want to see, in as far as reciprocity qualifications from the United States and the testings that qualify, therefore, if she can expound on what actual reciprocity is accepted for Guam, knowing that several teachers who wanted to teach in the public school systems that came here ended up teaching at Dildea because the Department of Education would not accept their teaching certification from the United States. So I just want to go ahead and pose the intent of item number M to her, if I may.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I take you to page 20. So that yes, the reciprocity, they would be able to accept those. But like any other state, if I have a certificate and I'm going to move to the state of California, there are going to be some requirements that I'm going to have to take. I'm going to have to take, of course, the California history. So as much as they would accept then my degree and my certificate, there are requirements. So for us then, for a teacher coming here, if you look on page 20, then aside from the initial educator certificate, these are usually the bachelor's degree, then these are the other requirements, a Guam history or Guam culture, that they have a completion of 60 clock hours of professional activities, a satisfactory performance, so they would be bringing that with them. And this is the one main one here, because sometimes we say, yes, there's a teacher's been teaching maybe 20 years in the mainland, but then when they come here, they would be required to be and complete a 1-year mentorship in the Guam schools. But this is not so much somebody with 5 years teaching experience telling a 20-year veteran teacher what to do. It's a peer mentoring, guidance type of thing about, what are some of the, requirements here locally to work with them, help them through. Because we find that to be a problem, especially with new teachers coming on island, not knowing what the system is like, and they get frustrated. I'll give you an example. I remember I picked up a teacher, and and I signed this. Male teacher was hired from Oahu Island, came all the way here. The teacher was only in my school for 1 week, and he quit and left because he couldn't take it. He couldn't take the differences. He couldn't take the climate change. He couldn't take the diversity of our student population, and of course I didn't have a mentor to be able to be with that teacher, to help that teacher to help him through the whole process of being a teacher here in Guam. So I hope I answered your question, but yes, the reciprocity will be accepted, but there are other additional requirements.
Is that satisfactory, Madam Secretary?
I think there's also Senator Yamashita might like to add on to this. So,
Dr. Yamashita.
So I'll yield to her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To help address a part of Senator Tina Munoz-Barnes' question, to add to what Madam Speaker said, NASDAQ interstate agreement is not a mandatory forum for our states. Not all states choose to sign that agreement. when we were actually working on this, on these processes, at that time there were 30 states who were involved. So it could be that the teachers that came here came from states who weren't involved in this, and so there was no reciprocity agreement, and so that's a part of that as well. So there's no mandate, and so I cannot tell you in 2011 if all of our states do participate, but to have 30 take our teachers as reciprocity agreement is really a good statement. And then, Mr. Speaker, if I just may add to what the Madam Speaker said about the mentoringship, that is just that was a decision that was made by so many different focus groups, and I echo what she said about how you might have a teacher who's taught for 10, 15 years in New York or California, but coming to Guam it's different, and so it's to help the new teacher to our system acclimate and get to know where everything is and how it all works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the answers from both Speaker Wampat and Senator Yamashita, and I just wanted to share the perspective with the teachers that were coming here and from the qualifications that they were NASTEC certified, but so the prerequisites from them on the reciprocity becoming in, that mentorship program says then that they would go through that mentorship program. Would they have to complete it, or can they do it, I want to say simultaneously, or concurrently together, or they would have to complete that program before they even started? Is that the answer?
Who wishes to yield? Senator Yamashita.
As soon as they came to Guam, they are an initial educator, and then once they complete that mentorship program, the full year, then they become a professional educator.
So they couldn't. So the answer is they could not teach in our public school system.
They are teaching. I'm so sorry. They are teaching. You are when you first beginning. I'm so sorry. As a beginning teacher, you are an initial educator for up to 3 years. But a teacher coming in, as soon as they complete that mentoring program, then they can apply for their professional educator certificate.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having Senator Yamashita give me the opportunity to answer that inquiry. I want to say I do support the bill, and I want to just thank the author for giving me the opportunity to be a part of that. So, Sizus Masi.
Thank you very much. Senator Bloss, did I see your hand go up? And then Senator Mabini. Oh. Can I go to Senator Mabini then? Senator Mabini. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. Senator Mabini, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you. I rise in support of Bill 117.31, and of course, there's just to keep things a little bit more inconsistent with some national initiatives or agenda. I just would like to point out, starting on page 27, which talks about the career and technical education certification requirements. The Office of Vocational Education recognizes what used to be called as vocational education. Today is recognized as career and technical education. So to remain consistent, if we could, I'll point out some areas that where the and or ampersand is missing. So starting page 27, line 1, certificates for career and technical education, as well as line 3. Okay. Yes, so it's a general correction from I believe it's just from page 27 to 29. There's line 1, line 3, and then on page, yes, that's correct. Line 15, and then follow it in the next page. There's line 2 on page 28, line 4. Yeah, so technical correction and for the rest.
But I understand you guys want to try to move this afternoon, so please go through your list and get all the amendments so that the staff can get this ready if you want this voted on today.
And
thank you.
All right, and
that'll be found as a technical amendment, but I need for all of you to assist in getting this ready because I understand these are time sensitive.
Sure. And I am proposing as well as an amendment. I have to make a photocopy of this, and it's just to keep things consistent. On page 28, line 7, for the renewability of the basic educator career and technical education, to keep consistent the bachelor's degree that would be required as far as the evidence of satisfactory completion of at least 12 semester hours towards a bachelor's degree. From there on, if that could mirror what's presented on line 14. So it should read identical. That's my proposed amendment. If that's the intention of the authors of the bill, the author of the bill.
Well, no,
Sure.
that's a very major amendment.
Sure.
You want
Starting on page
move-
7, it should
Yes.
read bachelor's degree in a technical area of specialty. Page 28. Yes. Degree in a technical area of specialty, comma, such as industrial technology, comma, career and technical education, comma, technical education, comma, industrial education, comma, or engineering, period. Sure.
So the proposal is line 14 to 18 will be also moved up to line 8.
That line 14 to 16 only, where and it ends in engineering. The word engineering.
Period.
And yes, period.
Okay.
That's
And
correct.
that will be moved to
And that will be moved
to the
line,
end of line
line
8.
7. That's right, starting where basic technical education. So that should be struck out and replaced. And I'll make a copy of this and submit this up there.
Anyone wish to speak on the Mabini amendment? Any
would be-
objection to the Mabini amendment?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at it and I need to call because I know that in every one of these there are some changes in terms of the different levels, and we have temporary and basic requirements, and then after, of course, the basic, then there's the initial. In this case, however, there is the renewability and the language, and I know it says or in an area of specialty for the basic. And then when you go into the professional, then if you look on page 28, it actually lists what those are, and that's exactly what the mover of this amendment is including, which is on lines 15 and 16. Yeah. So, and I'm just I'm thinking out loud, and I want everybody to think with me, because I know if you go up to line 7, where it says towards a bachelor's degree in basic technical education or in the area of specialty. And then when you go down, of course, to line 15, the same thing, area of specialty such as, and I don't know whether it is best to maybe leave it open, you know what I mean, when you say specialty areas rather than just limiting it. I'm just, like I said, that's what I'm thinking of too, that because we are moving up and there are more requirements required as you move higher. So that's, I hope that would help the mover of the amendment.
Okay, just in the interest of following again the industry of career and technology, career and technical education, perhaps just striking the basic, because I don't recall there's even a degree as such. So it's just a degree in letter B, small case basic, and then technical, or maybe if you could put career and technical education. So basic, career and technical education. Would that be okay?
Can we take a minute recess?
I'm going to take a short
Sure.
recess. Senator Mabini, on your amendments, do we still have one?
No, actually, withdraw the amendment. It'll be a simple correction on line 7 of page 28. So we're back to bachelor's degree in basic career and technical education. So we're just adding career and technical education.
Okay, so we're adding the word career.
That's correct.
And
career
ampersand.
and that's correct.
Okay,
All right?
that's a fairly
That's it.
easy
Thank you.
amendment. Do the clerks get that? All right, any objection to the amendment? Anybody else wish to be heard on the bill? Senator Balash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of disclosure, my wife is an educator.
And your friend.
And my friend, okay, my mentor is an educator. Yeah. So, that said, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the bill itself, and I applaud the author, quite honestly, it's a long time coming. I think this is a great step in as far as setting out the credentials, setting out the criteria necessary for our educators. And along those lines, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to preface my amendment by saying this. There was a recent news report that basically stated the United States ranked 18th among 21 nations with regards to the educational process. And that said, I think that if we want to improve in our educational system, we have to be able to think outside the box and recognize that there are probably other educational systems out of the one that we normally subscribe to and ascribe to that could probably bring some benefit to our educational card, our educational system. And that said, Mr. Speaker, and also actually to be consistent with language that's contained earlier in the bill, I propose that on page 19, under initial educator certificate, where it provides minimum qualifications for an initial educator certificate, actually starting on line 19, whereby it states earns a degree from a state-approved educator preparation program from an accredited college or university in the United States or its jurisdictions, and to recognize, and there may be other areas and other jurisdictions that individuals have earned education degrees and could bring those processes and help to bring those processes and improve them as far as our education system. And like I said, to be consistent with also on page 16, that provides criteria, line 24, graduate of foreign institutions of higher learning, where it already recognizes that we can take advantage of this process. The amendment that I proffer, and it's being passed to everybody now, is basically to amend on page 19, starting on line 19, for I, subsection I, to now read earns a degree from an approved educator preparation program from an accredited college or university. And I do recall...
Or a foreign equivalent recognized in the United States.
And you can bring that in as far as...
That's already well law.
Right.
You can't discriminate.
Okay, so that's the amendment that I proffer.
On the Bloss amendment, any objection to the Bloss amendment? Here, we'll allow you to make it, and we'll just, there's no objection to his, we'll just add your amendment. All right? So who wishes to?
I'd like to speak on it, if I may, Mr. Speaker. And the mover of that amendment, of course, really took us back to page 16. And on page 16, yes, it says that graduates of foreign institutions of higher learning, to be granted a certificate must meet the professional certification requirements. And then those professional requirements you find on page, I just lost that, I had it here. on page 20. And that means anyone coming, of course, from a different place again, will have to take Guam history, which is important. They would have to go through the mentorship. But the one thing that's also important, and that's on page 17, where really there's a course-by-course evaluation. So you take their courses and you compare it with our courses, and if they are definitely equivalent, then they would accept it. They'll accept the foreign credits. And then when you read further on lines 6 to 8, a detailed report is required for the GCC to be able to determine if an equivalent teacher education program has been completed. So all of these would have to be vetted, of course, to make sure that it actually, can happen. So I have no objection to the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Again, on the Bloss Amendment, hearing no objection. Senator Guthertz, I understand you have an amendment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, all I was going to do was add some words to Senator Bloss's
Please.
amendment. We'll simply say, his says, earns a degree from an approved education preparation program from an accredited college or university, comma, or from an approved education preparation program from a recognized foreign institution of higher learning, recognized. What's the name of that entity you mentioned? Yeah, there's a word for it. We're using it for the chief of police. Yeah. Council, yes. Same language we use for everything. No, it's called the International Association for. No, that's not the one. No, it's wait. There's another one. Hold it. No. There's something we already have. The Council, this is the United States, the U.S. Council for Higher Education Accreditation, or its successor, CHEA. This is a body that recognizes foreign institutions, foreign higher education institutions in the United States.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so the language would be, again, we would add the following language, or from an approved education preparation program from a recognized foreign institution of higher learning recognized by the U.S., it's called the U.S. Council for Higher Education Accreditation, parenthesis CHEA, or its successors. That would be my amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody wish to speak on the Guthertz Amendment? Please provide the clerks with a copy of that. Anybody object?
A question then. So this is the council that would actually look at, this is recognized, of course, to look at transcripts for higher education, because there is that the university actually accepts as the holders of degrees in teacher preparation programs that are accredited by the National Council for Accreditation of Teacher Education, NCATE. So long as that we're not that this would in no way again reduce the importance of NCATE.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the CHEA is the entity that the university and GCC uses to evaluate foreign transcripts. And that's for faculty and transfer students.
Okay. On the Guthertz Amendment, any objection? Hearing no objection. On the main bill, any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing no senators' hands up, Madam Speaker, you recognize to close.
Thank you again very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues for their patience as they, hear, of course, what these changes are. Just like to stress the importance of not just what it is that we're doing for our Chamorro language teachers, but to really know exactly how we need to, after this, is really look at just how Chamorro language teachers are being viewed and are actually being used in our schools. And just to just give you an example, because we have Chamorro language teachers, language and culture teachers, who have lost their 14% because they're unable to get their certification. However, these teachers are actually being pulled by not just their school principals and others to teach the DEET program after school. They're actually pulled to also participate in the reform program for math and reading, and yet they are considered uncertified in their areas, hence, of course, losing their 14%. But somehow they're being pulled as if though they're qualified to even teach and participate in the DEET program and the reading and math programs. And it's just, we're doing one thing and saying another, but the worst part of it of all is that at the end, these teachers have lost their salaries. I think that we need to look at it very differently, maybe at the way it is being treated in other places like Hawaii, where they actually teach these, the Hawaiian language and culture, and how they're dealt with are actually being pulled out separately and not treated the way we have been treating them. These teachers, we would be, if we don't start addressing these, we're going to lose our teachers. They always seem to be like the last resort in terms of when we need people to substitute, when we need people to carry out certain programs, when we need them to assist in the reform programs. Those are the teachers that they would pull. But they're not given the same importance, the same equivalency, or in like any other disciplines that we teach, and yet this is mandated by law. These teachers are not given classrooms. There are no mats in their schools. They have to pick up the children. They drop them off, and by the time they're ready to teach, all they have is anywhere between 5 to 10 minutes, and it's no wonder why our children then can't speak the language. So there's more to come of this, and I ask that you please be patient with us and work with me and in putting together other bills that would really address this whole situation for Chamorro language teachers once and for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. On the motion to send the Bill 103 down to voting file, hearing no objection. 117. The next bill on the agenda is 103. Madam Speaker. 103. Senator Pangilinan, you recognized.
Thank you, and Sidismasi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move Bill 103-31 COR, as substituted by the Committee on Appropriations, Taxation, Public Debt, Banking, Insurance, Retirement, and Land, be sent to the third reading file. I'd like to speak on the bill.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, Bill 103 is a concept that was developed because of the impending deadlines that the government of Guam faces for the expenditure of ARA funds. As you know, when the Congress decided to react to the collapse of the financial markets and the threat it had to the stability of states and territories' financial position, that Congress passed the stimulus funds. And as part of the stimulus funds, areas most targeted by the federal stimulus funds were in the area of education. That if we were going to make some investments, we would make them in two different places, infrastructure and education. And within the education funds, you had funds for trying to ensure that we maintain the physical integrity of the department or the states and territories' budgets, in addition to making investments in capital improvements of these schools and school systems throughout the country. When the announcement was first made, there were some very strict requirements with regards to obligating the fund and spending the funds. As you know, the stimulus was meant, of course, to stimulate the economy, keep people employed, and have the multiplier effect of expenditures within our community help shore up the declining revenue base of the different states and territories. And I knew at that time that given the procurement regulations and the resources that we had, that we really needed to concentrate and focus on expending and spending and obligating these funds. And at that time, when they were first announced, one of the things I had proposed was that we develop a high-level task force, work group, that will be dedicated to bringing all the parties together to help us spend this money in the manner and the time as required by the receipt of these grants. And at that time, I proposed that this be housed at the top level of our government, within the governor's office, under the direction of the governor, administered by the lieutenant governor. And that he would then have the resources and the capacity and the authority to take every single sector of our government that was going to receive these funds, that were responsible for implementing it, bring them all together and have them concentrate and focus on spending these funds. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the bill was vetoed by the governor because he said, don't worry, we have enough focus on it. We don't need this work group. We don't need to create this additional bureaucracy or whatever the thought was that we were going to take care of it. Well, lo and behold, time went on and we know what happened because that's where we find ourselves today. As of September of last year, about 10% of hundreds of millions of dollars that the government of Guam received had not even been obligated or spent. And that if we don't do anything quick, we would risk losing these funds to other states and territories. And one of the biggest recipients of this fund is the Department of Education. And as of September 30 of last year, they had only obligated, I think they said 1% or less than 10% of these funds that will expire this year. And that if we didn't do something quick, that we would risk having to return these funds, or else if we spent any of these funds, we would have to repay these funds. And so, looking at that dilemma and looking at the fact that we could not get the administration to agree to put together this high-level work group that we had put by statute so that we can spend these funds, once again, we're trying to create the right environment and opportunity to safeguard the loss of these funds or the need to repay these funds if we don't expend them according to the timelines and the conditions of the receipt of these grants. And so earlier this year, we came up in our office with this idea that what if we reprogram these funds? We looked at the grant funds and the authorizations and the requirements and the conditions of these funds, Mr. Speaker, And we, of course, were able to determine that we could actually reprogram these funds, that the funds could be reprogrammed from the capital expenditure side to the operations side of the equation. And that if we reprogram these funds to the operations side, we could take the money that was dedicated in ARA funds in the approved application that was dedicated to the capital improvement and other improvements in the school system and move that over to operations and take the local funds that we had appropriated for operations in terms of salaries and benefits and move it over to the capital improvement side. And that way, we believe we were able to ascertain that we could spend and all of the remaining ARA funds, at least that have left to be obligated, that we could spend all of that on the operations side for salaries and benefits, and then substitute the local funds for the capital improvement projects as outlined in our ARA application. And so we began the process. We introduced the bill. We communicated with US DOE. We communicated with the governor that this was something we wanted to pursue, and we received positive response from U.S. Department of Education, and the governor as well had communicated with the U.S. Department of Education, and we received positive response that we could do that. But the key is we want to make sure that those funds and those projects that are funded by ARA funds, in which the cash was available to implement those projects, that if we now funded those from local funds, we wanted to make sure that DOE got its money instead of depending on cash flow. That, as testified during the public hearing, oh, don't worry about it. We really don't need the cash because we'll use cash flow to fund 36 million. That was or 60 million as the governor wanted. We'll just use cash flow to fund 60 million when the projects come due. And we know that this administration keeps saying we're short on cash. So how are we going to be able to fund 60 million in capital improvement projects based on cash flow? We can't even pay the refunds based on cash flow. And that's budgeted. And according to the revenue numbers, the cash was collected for that purpose. Yet we're still not paying that because they're taking the cash collected for refunds and paying other things. And so if DOE was now to shift this capital improvement projects from ARA funds to local funds, I just have no confidence that we can find a cash flow for $60 million in this year's budget and next year's budget to make sure that we implement those programs. And if we reprogram these funds and now expend them and we don't fund those projects and obligate those projects, then we're going to be subject to penalties, which may include something as drastic as paying back all of the funds that we spent and all the funds that we've received under ARA. So how do we make sure that we're going to have the cash to support that? Well, the administration then indicated that US DOE is receptive to the idea of reimbursing us for salaries and benefits that have been paid out since beginning October. And so that would obligate up to $60 million of the remaining ARA funds that would be reprogrammed, and we would get that money up front because it's now a reimbursement for local funds already expended. And when we asked, what are you going to do with the $60 million when you get it, the response was, well, we're going to pay other obligations. And when we said, what about DOE? What about those obligations that we've now said is going to be paid out of these funds? Oh, no, we'll just pay these other obligations from that cash and then fund the projects with cash flow. Well, cash flow, no go, I think, on this case. I want cash in, set aside, dedicated, controlled, to ensure that the children and the schools get their money, while providing us the opportunity to ensure that we meet the expenditure deadlines of those ARA funds on the operation side by the reprogramming of these funds. So Bill 103 sets that mechanism up. Bill 103 would reprogram the amount requested by the governor, and we're very happy to accommodate his request of about over $60 million, would be reprogrammed from capital improvements to operations. And the money that we receive from the federal government, that cash that we receive, according to Bill 103 as substituted, will now be placed in a trust account with a trustee, much like we do with bond funds. When we float bonds and we say we're going to spend the proceeds of these bonds for these projects, the cash that we receive from the proceeds of the bonds goes into a trust account. And when we certify that the money and the projects are being implemented according to the statute and according to the bond documents, then the trustee releases the payments for those projects that are being implemented. So we're going to treat these funds with the same care and the same kind of trust to ensure that these children and our school system gets this money, that it doesn't get diverted to other obligations. So the bill would require that upon reprogramming and the approval, that we first set up a trust account with a local financial institution that has a trust department, and that they can only release those trust funds now from the reimbursement for the projects according to our application and the approved application projects by USDOE, so that we know that the money cannot be used to pay for other obligations, that it will be separate, and that if it is used to pay for other obligations, that trustee who is in charge, entrusted with releasing those funds only for the purposes of the approved application, he's going to be on the hook now. If he releases the money to pay for health insurance premiums, then he's going to have to reimburse that money to that trust account to make sure that it's available for the schools, because health insurance premiums is not part of the approved plan and project that was submitted to USDOE. So this allows us then to ensure that once we do the reprogramming and it's approved by DOE, we're not under the September 2011 obligation and December 2011 expenditure timelines and risk losing that funds if we don't meet those obligation deadlines of these ARA funds. So we remove the specter of having to pay back these funds or having to give back these funds if we don't obligate them by September 2011, and spend them by December 2011. And now we will have up until September of 2012 to obligate these funds. It also removes the need to rush into the procurement and waive all of these requirements that may allow vendors equal and fair chance at these projects. And so this will not come under the expedited protest process of the changes we had to make because we're in a rush to spend and obligate these funds. So we can take our time, do it right, do it correctly, give everybody a fair chance to go through the process of bidding for this and ensuring that the bids are done openly, fairly, and that when they are not, then they have remedies to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the gist of this bill. Again, it's a cooperative effort between, of course, BBMR, our office, USDOE, the third-party administrator, members of this body who have continually worked to try and refine all of the communication that has come back and forth between the different parties. I do have and want to make one amendment, actually two amendments, Mr. Speaker. One amendment is that on which is passed out, amend subsection B of section 3 on page 6 of the bill, and that would be to add after the subsection B under the appropriation that after USDOE on line 15 there, that provided that all appropriations shall expire if not obligated by September 30, 2012.
On the amendment proffered by Speaker Pangilinan, anybody wish to be heard? Do you wish to explain your? It's
Yes.
self-explanatory.
What this does, is that in our communication with, in the communication that's gone back and forth between USDOE, that the reprogram funds now that are now going to support, of local funds that are going to support the implementation of these projects that were approved by USDOE and would have been paid for by the ARA funds if not reprogrammed, that we shall still need to ensure that we obligate these reprogrammed funds by September of 2030, of 2012, to ensure that we have what we call our maintenance of effort requirements that we meet in terms of receiving these federal funds. So that would allow us to do that. And the reason why I just want to explain also briefly that we say that the appropriation shall expire if not obligated, because we're required to obligate them. And if we don't obligate them by September 12th, we want to cut off the expenditure on that and reassess where we're at in terms of if we don't do it, then we may have to reimburse, and we shouldn't be spending the money that we have to reimburse. So that's why we worded that in that fashion. But again, is that we need to obligate these funds by September 30, 2012, the local funds to support the projects that have been reprogrammed out of ARA.
Thank you very much. 30-second recess. Session.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's the amendment, and that's the intention and why this amendment is required to ensure that we comply with the conditions of the grant, even when we change the funding source, because that's the condition of approving the reprogramming, as have been relayed to us by the Governor's Office and, of course, USDOE.
Thank you. On the Pangilinan amendment, anybody wish to be heard? Any objection to the amendment?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to make another amendment, and this will work well. We wanted to kind of restate that same urgency requirement in the legislative intent of this. And I know Senator Yamashita has an amendment to add that same thought and requirement and restate it in the intent, which I certainly support. But I also wanted to add just a little bit more. And so unfortunately, the amendment I passed out is not in the amendment form, but it would be to add at the end of the legislative intent here this new paragraph that has been passed out. And basically it reads, the U.S. Department of Education has required that Guam obligate the funds for the proposed projects no later than September 2012, or Guam DOE risks being ordered to reimburse ARA SFSA funds for the failure of the maintenance of effort. Following the appropriation of funds in this act, it will be beyond the capabilities of the Guam Legislature to ensure that the funds are obligated for the authorized projects on time. As you know, we propose, the executive disposes. And so while we propose this and it goes through, we can't obligate those funds on behalf of the executive branch or DOE. So we have to restate that once we do this, it is incumbent upon, it is in light of the extreme hardship that the reimbursement of $60 million will impose on all the people of Guam. If we don't obligate these funds, the legislature must emphasize and caution the Board of Education and the executive branch as to the huge risk of loss Guam faces if the improvements are not made by the deadline and consistent with all other terms of the agreement. So again, it's just that legislative intent. We're cautioning the board, the executive branch, that while we are working with them on this reauthorization, this is just the first phase of ensuring and safeguarding that we don't lose those funds or have to pay them back. And I wanted to reemphasize that in the intent.
On this amendment, it's just in the intent. Any objections?
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I end, I do want to add Senator Judy Wampat as the second co-sponsor on this. Again, you know, it's something that we've all worked on. Everyone's contributed to this, and certainly wanted to make that amendment.
Is there another amendment, or is that going to be Senator Addis?
This is Senator Addis' amendment. Right.
Senator Addis, there's an amendment for recording.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just then make this presentation of this amendment, and it would be add a new subsection C to Section 3 of the bill on page 6 to read, GDOE shall report to Imagalahi and Legislatura on a monthly basis as to the obligation and expenditure of the funds from the trust fund and the completion of ARA SFSF projects. And I'll make sure the clerk has that.
Anyone wish to be heard on this amendment? Any objection to the amendment?
And then before I close on this, I'd like to make Senator Ada the third co-sponsor.
Short recess. Session. Madam Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to offer an amendment, and what this would do is actually to allow the board to employ an attorney to assist and represent it in all matters that concerns the board and GDOE. And there was, when in the time when we were trying to do some reorganization of the board, then the position, the attorney for the board specifically was repealed. We had authorized the department to, they had rather one attorney, and what had happened is that the department made a decision to hire an assistant, a second person, also an attorney, to assist and represent them that concerns DOE, but not necessarily the board, and that left the board without any legal assistance. And although they may be able to get some assistance from the Attorney General, that is actually placing the board at the bottom of the totem pole in terms of importance. So what I like to do then is that since there is currently two members at the Department of Education, two attorneys, that the attorneys then should be able to, the language, assist and represent it on all matters that concerns the board and GDOE, not just GDOE. I also learned, maybe I don't know if this is going to be for human consumption or public consumption, is that that US DOE has actually approved about $51,000 of the ARA monies to assist the Attorney General to provide an LTA, Assistant Attorney General, on the issue of ARA, grants and all that. So therefore, I think that even with the with this amendment, that it should not actually take. I would require an additional funding source, but more importantly is that they'll be able, the board will be able to get some representation. You have this LTA would also provide additional assistance relating to the ARA funds. So that is my amendment. I hope that the others will support it.
On the WAMPAT amendment, so magnanimous of you. Senator Bloss, do you wish to be heard on the WAMPAT amendment? The legislature is back in session on the WAMPAT amendment. Seeing and hearing no objection. Anybody else on the main bill? Senator Yamashita.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in full support of Bill 103. I appreciate Senator Pangalinan's efforts. Thank you, Senator. I know that it was introduced, and then there was conversation, and then there was another bill introduced. And so in his bill, he talks about the spirit of inframalloc, and I do appreciate that. This will really help our school system deliver in millions of dollars worth of supports and services to all of our teachers and our students. And so I appreciate that. I had an amendment earlier, but I'm not going to pass it out because his amendment already addresses the time issue. Because I think that we need to keep the department on target and help them actually realize. This whole experience has taught me how to use and not use certain terms. On my list of not to use is the word bottleneck. I shall never use that term. But it's been quite a learning experience. And I really do believe that the accountability issue needs to be reflected upon and ensured that as leadership moves forward, that everybody is held accountable for what needs to happen. And when it doesn't happen, we need to figure out why and make sure that it doesn't happen again. So I stand in full support of this bill, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Yamashita. Any other senators wish to be heard on the main bill? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving the bill to the voting floor? Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just looking, and I didn't realize that it was here on page 6, the deletion on section 4 to repeal. This is what we had actually passed not too long ago when we were concerned about the timelines for the expenditure of the ARA monies. And I understand that what we're trying to do is to be able to expend these monies by doing this one-to-one, dollar-for-dollar exchange so that we can go and not be tied to that date of September 30, 2011, I think it is. That's right. But then I think on the bill, don't we have one here for... what is the timeline here, whether it's 2012? And I'm just thinking, Mr. Speaker, that, although in the normal process there would be sometimes even a delay of 1 year, and I'm just wondering again whether will we just find ourselves again looking and coming back to provide for an extension or something, because then we're not going to be able to stay within that time frame. There's a time certain, I think, in the expenditure of these funds. And then I'm just thinking that my whole concern, of course, here is whether, we'll be shooting ourselves in the foot by not being able to meet these timelines by actually going back to where we were. And that's the reason for this section 5425A on page 6, line 16, section 4. And maybe if I can ask then the author who has decided to delete this to please, if you can just explain for everyone in here how then by deleting that will not in any way then prevent the expenditure and meeting the timelines for these funds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ben, do you yield?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Speaker Wampat, for the question. When the body debated the issue of waiving the procurement regulations for the acquiring of the services and the projects under the ARA funding, there was a move to modify the application of the procurement law. And, we received some public testimony expressing concerns of those modifications. And we were impressed upon that we needed to do those modifications because we had to get all the bids out and the contracts out by September of this year. And so we then, or the body, then modified the application of the protest process, etc., to DOE. Now, if you read the governor's message when he signed that bill, I mean, it wasn't very complimentary. He pretty much called it a useless modification because it did not go as far as, I guess, maybe giving him the leeway to basically just dole out money. But now that we are reprogramming these funds and the extension of the deadlines, remember, a large number of these projects have already been put in the queue, and that the consultants were hired, the projects identified, and in some cases the projects have been bidded out and awarded, and they're moving forward on those, and those would remain under the ARA funding requirements. Now, the other projects, we now have between now and September of next year to go through the procurement process, have the procurements reviewed by the Attorney General's office. If you take a look at, for example, the comments in the last audit on the ARA funds by the public auditor, the OPA is supportive of the AG review as it adds an independent layer of review and control which mitigates the risk of procurement irregularities, errors, omissions, and potential fraud. And we have that same kind of sentiment with regards to going through the regular procurement process that were voiced by members of the general public when we had the original bill to waive the application of these procurement regulations on these contracts. That really what was most important is that we took our time, we did it right. Well, with the fact that we're going to be able to go beyond September of this year for the obligation of these funds, that we can take our time and do it right up front without impinging and shorting the rights of bidders and the business community on Guam to go through the regular procurement process. And so it is our assessment that given where we're at in terms of identifying the projects and putting them out for bid, that we can and we should go through the regular procurement process because of the additional time that we've bought ourselves for the obligations of this bond, of these funds by reprogramming them and extending it to September of 2012. So that's the rationale for the deletion of this provision.
Madam Speaker, does that explanation satisfy your inquiry?
To some degree. I want to make it clear then, he said, I know that now the September 30, 2011 cap then has been removed, but will this then, and the monies, although they are going to be in a lot box, we hope that it is, and we can write and regulate some things, but the actual enforcement may not actually happen, is that will these monies then be available beyond even September 2012, and that's to the author.
Is that a yield to it? I yield to that question. If they are obligated by September 12, 2012, September 2012, they will remain available past September 2012 until expended. And it is a condition, as I stated earlier, of the approval of the reprogramming that we must, because of the maintenance of effort requirements, must obligate these funds by September 2012. So that's put in there because they won't approve the reprogramming if we did not, at least from the communication that's been relayed to us from the governor's office as well as USDOE directly, that they will not approve the reprogramming if we don't obligate these funds by that date.
Thank you very much for that explanation. And hence, of course, the importance of making sure, although I know it was done previously, of having then the legal counsel to work very closely then with the department to make sure that we don't find ourselves down that road where there's going to be again protest after protest and go beyond then that September 2012. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard on the bill, or are they, all the amendments have been addressed? Senator Ada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to follow on the discussion of the Speaker Wampat. If I recall correctly, the provisions that are being repealed in Section 4 was really to ensure that we are able to continue moving forward with the award of a contract. And if we remove this ability, for example, giving the public auditor that authority to then, once a protest has been filed, to be able to make a decision, and whatever decision comes from that office, that's the decision. And then if she decides to go ahead with the award, then we continue moving forward. And then the protester can, I guess, take it to court, which is the next step and whatnot. But, whatever they do in there, the project is going to continue moving forward. I believe, if I recall, with the JFK experience, was that, of course, the protester went to OPA. They didn't like the decision that was made, so then, of course, then they went to the Superior Court. And I imagine if that was not ruled in their favor, they probably could have taken it to the next court or whatever. And we could be stuck for a long time. I think, in view of the fact that we're talking about funds which, if they are not obligated, and I don't believe they are obligated, an award, I don't know, I'm not certain whether, are those funds obligated when the award is made, despite the fact that there's a protest, or after all those protests are resolved, then we could say that an award has been made and that funds have been obligated. But otherwise, if we don't obligate these funds because everybody's taken us to court, in fact, a most recent example was the protester decided, well, I'm not even going to waste my time with the OPA. They went straight to court, knowing that they can get the delays that they wanted or felt that they needed to be able to maybe put the pressure on to get at least maybe hopefully get the agency to do something different that may be favorable to them. So I think in that regard, there may be merit to taking pause here to really take a look at whether we really want to delete in whole Section 4, or that Section 4, whether we want to actually repeal what was set up earlier. Again, I recall distinctly that discussion when this was put up, and I think that it still has some merit, and that we really should consider how do we, and it isn't as if the protesters are not going to get their fair hearing, because certainly the OPA will provide it's their fair, their day in court, so to speak, to listen to both sides, and then we can let the OPA decide how to proceed with that. So I don't have, I guess if I was to make an amendment, the only amendment I would make is to strike Section 4. So that we then retain that capability of allowing the OPA to make the decision. Let us move forward. That doesn't prevent the protester from going, seeking other remedies that they feel is needed. So I'm going to make that amendment to repeal Section 4 or delete Section 4 of this bill.
On the other amendment, Senator Pangilinan.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I rise in objection to that amendment. You know, if we were to carry that scenario to its full conclusion of, okay, so we award it to someone while there's a protest, and then in the end the protest is upheld, now we have to repay the federal government for for the expenditure. So we may be in a worse pickle by waiving and fast-tracking these protests and procurement. I think the key is that we have now, as through law, required the coordination between the Attorney General and the DOE councils on the review of these RFPs and the award of these RFPs. We've now got attorneys starting from the beginning that we really run a smaller risk of these protests when we start from the RFP to the issuance of the notice to the committee that evaluates it, all guided by the Attorney General's office and the designated in-house counsel by DOE. So to say that, you know, and now we have a year and a half almost to be able to obligate these funds and get the bids right. And I think that for me, you know, in terms of putting this back and saying, you know, we just don't have the pressure of the time anymore that pushed this body to make this extraordinary change in the application of procurement law to DOE procurement. And we know that again, that's where the protests occurred when they didn't have the benefit of counsel guidance from the very beginning. Now they do, not only with their own legal counsel, but with the Attorney General having designated that person, confident that that person is going to monitor the process from the very beginning. So we're not restricted anymore by having to get 20 bids out or 10 bids out between now and July, get them all in to respond, and then award the contract by September of 2011. Now we have until September of 2012. So I believe that gives us the luxury of doing it the right way from the very beginning and not having taken these extraordinary measures to shortcut the procurement process and the bid process by that. And again, as the public auditor had mentioned in the review of the procurements that have occurred, that when you don't do the regular procurement process guided by the Attorney General from the very beginning, then you have the potential for fraud, errors, omissions that will result in protests. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just believe that the move that this body is making by extending the time frame to obligate these funds till September of 2012 obviates the need to do this extraordinary procurement methodology for the review and the awards and the protests that may result from the procurement of these projects for goods and services under ARA, reprogrammed to be funded by local funds.
Thank you very much, Senator Ben. Any other senators wish to be heard? Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment. I believe that it was during this term is when we consider amending and including such a statute. It's a lesson learned from the very bad experience with JFK. JFK delayed a protest of the protest, and I think that JFK was delayed by 2 years. Why? Because only the court has the authority, Mr. Speaker, to mediate in such protests. with this part, Section 4, the provision here that's to be deleted, it's actually a mechanism that would allow the public auditor to intervene and to have the authority to resolve any protest so that potential delays will be minimized with respect to projects, especially more so with the timeline that is really very restricted with respect for the expenditures of the ARA funds that we're discussing in this bill. And so that I believe that we don't have the luxury to risk any long-term delay such as the one we experienced with the JFK. And the deletion of this would then revert to the old systems of protests being litigated at the court and without the option of going to the OPA and have the OPA mediate that and resolve that. And I believe that this is still, Section 5425A, it still has value with respect to pertaining to these funds, Madam Speaker. And for that reason, I support the other amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry about that. I thought it was on. To close, Senator Speaker Ben. That time I was talking.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I certainly thank my colleagues for the support of this legislation and ensuring that the children and our school community will get what was intended for them to get by the grant of the ARA funds for the Guam Department of Education. Not only do we now have a bill that will make that possible, but we believe that it makes it guaranteed that the money will be there to implement the improvements that the Guam Department of Education have promised our children and the schools by the expenditure of those ARA funds, but still allowing then for the flexibility of this government to guarantee that those funds do not get reverted back to the federal government because of the failure of this government to obligate these funds according to the conditions of the ARA grant. I do want to express my disappointment in the reinstatement of the procurement these extraordinary procurement modifications to these funds, even though we now have our time to do it right up front. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we actually propose that we reprogram these funds. Not only do we want to guarantee that the funds do not revert to the federal government by our failure to obligate these funds, but that we follow the laws that we set for our community, that we think and know are the way that we want to ensure that everyone that comes forward and presents themselves as wanting to participate in providing goods and services to this government gets the fair share, and that it would only be under extraordinary means will this government and this body truncate any of their rights that they have under the normal process. And I think that the reinstatement of Section 4 just reverses that policy once again. And I believe truncates the rights of these individual companies who want to present themselves to providing goods and services. But nevertheless, that's the will of the body. And so I want to thank, of course, all of the members of this body who participated in the development of this piece of legislation and its advancement to ensure that our children do get the promised improvements to the school system and the school processes and the school buildings, while at the same time ensuring that this government safeguards our ability to access these funds and spend these funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On the motion then to send Bill 103, right? Make sure. 103 to the third reading file without any objection, so ordered. We are moving on to substitute bill number 101-31. I recognize the author, Senator Anthony Ada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move Bill 101-31 to the third reading file to speak on the motion.
So 101 as substituted.
As substituted by the Committee on Public Safety, Law Enforcement, and Judiciary.
And you'd like to speak on it?
Yes, Madam
You
Speaker.
may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill 101-31, as substituted by the Committee on Public Safety, Law Enforcement, and Judiciary, is an act to add new items Y and Z to 8901, item I to 8903, and items GHI to 89.05, all of Chapter 89 of 9 GCA relative to limiting access and regulating the use of social networking websites, instant messaging, and chat rooms by registered sex offenders. Madam Speaker, as we all know, social dating sites, chat rooms, and social networks such as Facebook, Twitter, MySpace, those have all been trolling grounds for child predators. And if you ever seen or watched the show Dateline NBC, they frequently run a segment or a show called To Catch a Predator. And what it is that in this show, the reporter poses as a child in the hopes of luring a predator, thereby catching the predator and bringing them to justice. This mode of sexual stalking, Madam Speaker, has become all too common in recent years. Because of the high rate of recidivism among sex offenders, we must enact laws that limit the opportunities of convicted sexual deviants from trolling the internet for victims. Madam Speaker, Bill 101-31. This bill would prohibit registered sex offenders from using such networking sites if these sites allow persons under the age of 18 to become members or participants on those sites. And it also makes it a crime ranging from a misdemeanor to a third-degree felony for a registered sex offender to knowingly add, follow, or befriend a person under the age of 18. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I ask you to please support this bill. We need to stop giving and limiting the opportunities for sexual predators to continue to prey on our children, not only on our streets, but also on our internet, in our homes, in the privacy of our own homes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Ada. On the motion, Senator Palacios, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Bill 101. We had markup hearing consultation with the AG just to make sure that the recently updated sex offender registry is not disturbed in any way. Bill 101 actually proposes to augment and make it more transparent for sex offenders, make it more identifiable as a user in websites and all those internet services by requiring them to, of course, to I guess, disclose full information and so forth. So this only strengthened the recently updated sex offender registry. And I just want to share with my colleagues that the AG look into this. I want to make sure that they look at this and compare this with the most recent update, and so they support Bill 101. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, you, Senator Palacios. On the motion, is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Senator Ada, you want me to just go ahead and send it down? Yes. Okay, so on the motion then to send Bill 101-31 to the third reading file without any objection, so ordered. Bill number 102-31, Senator Tony Ada, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to move Bill 102-31 down to the third reading file to speak on it, please.
The substituted version.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so you may speak then. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill 102-31 is an act to add a new 89.13 to Chapter 89 of 9 GCA relative to the email address of registered sex offenders. Now, what this bill does, Madam Speaker, is that it prevents registered sex offenders from registering for email addresses or email accounts using pseudonyms. And Bill 102-31 requires that all registered sex offenders register every email address they create with the Superior Court within 10 days of creating the account. And failure to register the email address is a petty misdemeanor. Madam Speaker, you know that when you go onto the internet and you apply for either a Gmail or Yahoo or whatever type of email address, it doesn't ask you for your... There's no way for you to truly give your true identity. You can always give a fictitious name. You don't even have to give a name. You can just put who knows, and that will be your screen name. And we want to make sure that any email account that any registered sex offender has is that it is registered in their legal name, Madam Speaker, in their name that they have, and they cannot use any pseudonyms for any email accounts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Palacios on the motion.
Again, Madam Speaker, the Attorney General's office has actually supported this. It complements actually again the recently updated sex offender registry that we just passed about 6-7 months ago. Again, of course, I rise in support of Bill 102. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the motion then to send Bill 102-31 to the third reading file without any objections, so ordered. Bill number 106, I recognize Senator Tina Rose Munya Barnes.
Situas Masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 106-31 COR be moved to the third reading, and I'd like to speak to it.
Please, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, this Bill 106-31 is an act to amend Section 3202J to Chapter 3, Title 19 GCA relative to the payment of the solemnization of marriage by a mayor or vice mayor. Madam Speaker, right now the process is if someone was to want the mayor or vice mayor to perform a civil union of marriage, what they would do is they would pay the fee to the Department of Public Health, and then that fund will go straight to the general fund. And this bill would make it that as soon as the marriage is performed by the village mayor and vice mayor, then that fund will go into the mayor's council revolving fund. And of course, that fee is at $50, and it would be paid 3 days prior to the marriage ceremony. And of course, this bill that the Mayor's Council of Guam shall transfer the amount to the appropriate official officiating the ceremony. So each mayor who performs that civil union, Madam Speaker, will be able to receive the funds for performing said union. So again, at the request of the public health and of course the mayors who really have been doing this service now for, I'd like to say, over a year, have not received any of the fees of performing this civil union. So this just gives the authorization, puts the funding, the fee to perform the civil union at the Mayor's Council's revolving fund. And I thank my co-sponsor, the Vice Speaker, for being a part of this bill.
On the motion, I recognize Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Bill 106. My committee conducted a public hearing, and of course the mayors are supportive of this. To my surprise, Madam Speaker, of the about 100 services that they have conducted over a 2-year period, when the law was first passed in 2009, they have yet to see any proceeds from that. So they're calculating around $10,000 would have already been deposited in their name, in the name of the Mayor's Council. But Bill 106, Madam Speaker, then proposes to simplify the process and make those collections or fees more accessible for the use of the district mayors who perform the services to augment, I guess, whatever the Mayor's Council may need for their respective districts. So this, again, Bill 106 just will simplify the process, what's already law in collecting and disbursing of those funds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. We're going to take a brief recess. the legislature is back in session. To close, then, Senator Munya Barnes, you're recognized.
Si Duas Masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague who spoke in support of this, and I'd like to thank him for doing the committee report, the good senator from Chalampago who supported the bill also. And if I could put him as third, if there's no objections from my colleagues, to put Senator Adolfo Palacios as third co-sponsor.
On the motion, without any objections, so ordered.
But also, Madam Speaker, based on our earlier conversation, I'm working on an amendment right now, and it just simply says that if I may, I guess I would add a section K or a section 3 to this bill to specifically state that the Mayor's Council of Guam shall submit in writing to the Guam Legislature a quarterly report on all the civil unions performed, and that report should be also put into the website, into their website.
So the amendment then basically is that general amendment for reporting requirements that quarterly that it be submitted to the legislature, to the speaker, and that it also be posted on the Mayor's Council website. So on that motion, without any objection, no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And at this time, I'd like to move Bill number 106 into the voting file.
On the motion, without any objections, so ordered. Bill number 122, I recognize the author, Senator Palacios. I don't, oh, that's okay. I'll go back to it. 122, Senator Palacios. Oh, she's taking a breather.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill 122, or rather I move that Bill 122 be placed on third reading file. Bill 122 as amended in the Committee on Public Safety, Law Enforcement and Judiciary be placed on third reading file. And if you allow me, Madam Speaker, to say a few words.
Yes, you may. Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, there was a time in this year in January, a mother had called my office and was very disturbed that in December her son was struck by a vehicle as the son was leaving, just exited and leaving a school bus, who was at a stop position with all the alarm, lightings and so forth, the signals, by a vehicle who just went to the side and passed the bus. Of course, fortunately, the son was not severely injured. The mother had to rush to the hospital because the ambulance transmitted the boy over to the hospital. And she was very disturbed that the violator was just given a citation. And in my research, I found out that failure to stop for a school bus while loading or unloading merely levy a fine of no less than $10 and no more than $50. And there's no more provision. There's no other provision. What if there's an injury as a result of failing to stop? And while the police officer at the time may have the discretion to cite under a different statute, by the same token, the officer also has the discretion to just merely simple citation of just passing a school bus, not recognizing that there's an injury involved. So in my research, I found out that there is no other provision other than the minimum $10 or maximum $50. And so Bill 122, Madam Speaker, proposes to increase, to recognize the result, the injury as a result of the consequence of failure to stop, by adding one sub-item, D. And sub-item D would qualify such a violation when resulting in an injury to be determined as a reckless driving, and under the statute of reckless driving, which I have to pass out. Could you pass out this, please? The definition of reckless driving, I'm passing out the statute, section 9107. Every person who drives any vehicle upon a highway in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of person or property is guilty of reckless driving. Now, in the event that injury is resulted as a result of such violation, and that is a person shall be guilty of misdemeanor. So, by adding Section D and linking it to that statute, the amendment would actually read that any person. Let me read that. The added amendment to Section 3336, line 15, page 3, any person who is in violation of 3336, paragraph C, which is failure to stop when a bus is flashing, and as a result has caused bodily injury or property damage, shall be charged with reckless driving and is punishable under the provision of 33111, which calls for suspension or revocation of driving privilege, and punishable by under Section 9107, which is actually defined as a reckless driving. And under that statute, it has several levels of punishment, recognizing, of course, repetition of such violation, or ranging from suspension of driver's license, revocation, or maybe even requiring attendance at driving schools. And so the mother testified in support of this. Without this, it would not be clear, Madam Speaker, to the police officer where to charge. But clearly, when you look at the definition of reckless driving 9107, the condition actually, when the action manifests a wanton disregard for the safety, that what qualify. And I say, Madam Speaker, that when a school bus is flashing lights and comply with all the requirements of Section 3336, which requires the driver to stop and make sure that everything is stopped before allowing the children to get off, and despite that, a driver just passed that vehicle and resulting in an injury or in an accident, then that condition actually should be greater than, it should be more serious than just a simple passing a school bus. And this would make it clear to the police officer that this also should qualify as a reckless driving under the statute and punishable as such. And I would like my colleagues, of course, to consider this and perhaps just add this on as a Section D under that statute. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Palacios. On the motion, Senator Palacios? Wait.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Madam Speaker be second co-sponsor of this bill. After all, it pertains to the school children and the school buses.
And, and Senator Tamara for school buses.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
On that motion without any objections, so ordered. Okay, now Tom, you hear that? Got it. Okay, so on the motion into place 122-31 and third reading file without any objections, so ordered. Bill number 116, I recognize the author, Senator Munia Barnes. $116 on the lease, approving a lease between the Government of Guam and the Guam National Tennis Federation.
Yes. Madam Speaker, si Diyos Mahasi Tatlu, I move that Bill 116-31 COR be moved to the third reading, and I'd like to speak on it.
Consigi.
This bill, Madam Speaker, is an act to approve the lease by and between the government of Guam and the Guam National Tennis Federation. Madam Speaker, the Guam National Tennis Federation is a duly registered nonprofit organization engaged in the development and promotion of sports activities, namely in the sport of tennis, Madam Speaker, and is the governing body of tennis here on Guam. The Guam National Tennis Federation is also responsible for nominating athletes to the Guam National Olympic Committee for selection to Team Guam in the international competitions for training. And for training the national team, junior national team players, for hosting the international and local tournaments, for running various programs aimed at introducing tennis to Guam's youth and developing young players, conducting community outreach clinics to promote tennis and sports in general to our island community. Madam Speaker, the Guam Tennis Federation has been here for many, many years, and it was the intent of this body to solidify Guam's image as a bona fide international sports destination in support of expanding our tourism destination to include sports tourism here on Guam. I don't know if you know, Madam Speaker, that just recently Guam also held the Guam Tabletop Tennis Organization, and the Vice Speaker had the opportunity to present the medals to the winners, and it was shared to him that Guam did so well in this regional event that the administrators of the Guam Tabletop Tennis Association was going to make it a point to introduce Guam into the international arena and make sure that Guam has a possible slot for holding not just this regional event, but the international road event here on Guam. And as we look at sports tourism, Madam Speaker, this is one nonprofit organization with the Tennis Federation that wants to continue to develop sports here on Guam and wants to attract not just regional or national level competition, but worldwide competition. And they are ready to step up to the plate like the Guam Soccer Association and work closely with their world international partners. But they want to build a facility, expand on a facility here, and it's requesting that they lease a portion of lot number 10142 new in the municipality of Dedido. They want to lease important portions of that area, which we all know it as the Harmon Sports Complex, so that they be able to promote tennis, not just within our island community, but not just within the regional area or the Oceania region, but also in the international road arena. And it's got my support, Madam Speaker, as not just an avid athlete, but also as one who believes that sports tourism will bring new economic resources here to Guam. Not just new resources here, but also tourists. When athletes go to compete in sports, they just don't bring themselves. They bring their families, they bring their children, and they bring other supporters and other main advertisers. And I think if we allot them this opportunity, I know that it will be a win-win for the community. I do know that I want to share with you, Madam Speaker, that this effort was supported by the Guam National Olympic Committee, and I would be remiss if I didn't share with you that the former president, or the late president, who had a passion and an advocacy to bringing this facilitation and this development up, is no longer with us here today. Mr. Bill Camacho, who was an avid tennis player, who helped support bring the Davis Cup of tennis, the international competition, here to Guam to compete. It was a great success, but Mr. Camacho passed away all of a sudden of a heart attack, and it was his dream and his passion to see this bill get facilitated through this August body so that the development of tennis as an international sport and bringing sports tourism here to Guam, he believed in his passion that this would be a win-win. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the co-sponsor, Speaker Pangilinan, and Vice Speaker B.J. Cruz for jumping on the bandwagon with me and listening to the plans and the efforts of Mr. Bill Camacho and his dedication of seeing this through. The Tennis Federation has submitted their support. They were here at the public hearing, and all of them, all the administrators to the Tennis Association said they commit to seeing this facilitation go through in the event our colleagues passed this bill and got this bill to pass into law. So I'd like to implore my colleagues and ask them to please help me support a worthy cause, and to know that we can bring new economic resources here to our island, but also as an advocate of sports tourism, bring more competition here. Guam is 365 days sun, fun, and we have a beautiful culture that people from around the world can learn and enjoy our hospitality, and I think this is a win-win. So, Situs Masi for giving me the opportunity to speak on this. I do have a copy of the map, Madam Speaker. If there's any questions, I will submit this map as a official to the reports and have it appended to the committee report.
We're going to take a brief recess.
Portion. It's behind the Harmon complex, the existing building right now. I knew that.
Tom Ada, you're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I attended a public hearing on this, and of course I do support the intent of the bill. I do have one concern, though, on Section 3. Section 3, on line 14 there, that last sentence, it says that the GNTF may subject the property and its improvements to a leasehold mortgage. And so at the public hearing, I wasn't sure I really understood what I was saying, but it was clarified, at least by members of the GNTF, that what that sentence means is that maybe further into the lease here, after they may find that they want to make more capital improvements, and the only way to be able to do that then is to put it up for mortgage. And I certainly am confident with the current set of directors that they have at the GNTF, but we don't know who's going to be stepping in after them, and whether they're going to, have the same sort of business acumen and that the current group has. So I have, if they feel that somewhere down the road they're going to be, they would like the possibility of mortgaging the property, then I would like to at least make that move be subject to the approval of the legislature. And so then my amendment would be on line 15, at the end of that line there where it says improvements to a leasehold mortgage, semicolon, and then add the words subject to approval of the legislature.
On the amendment, subject to the approval of the legislature, no objections to order. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on the motion? So on the motion then to send Bill 116 to the third reading file without any objection. The other two sponsors? Okay, no objections to order. Yes, make sure you get a copy. Bill 126, I recognize Senator V. Anthony Ada.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to move Bill 126-31 LS to the third reading file to speak on the bill, Madam Speaker, please.
Yes, Consigi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill 126-31 is a bill that would prohibit government agencies from restricting the recording of public meetings. As we all know, we want to ensure that we continue with our open and transparent government. And by restricting recordings of public meetings to the public, we don't allow our public to actually feel that we're transparent and open. Madam Speaker, Bill 126-31, this provision only applies to open government meetings, and it does not apply to executive sessions or meetings that are allowed to be closed, and it also does not apply to the proceedings of the judiciary. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues to please support this bill so that we can continue to have our transparency and our open government, and that the public can continue to have their confidence in us as we move forward into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the motion, Senator Palacios, you're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. When first I heard about the Allied Health requiring people to sign in as a condition for attendance, I mean, it's unheard of. I believe that when a meeting is announced publicly for public meeting, that I think the public should be entitled to come with some, of course, minimum decorum be maintained during the hearing. And to me, I support it. This is about time that we have this and make sure in clarity that all public hearing, anybody can attend that, because that's the purpose of a public hearing or a public meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Anybody else would like to speak? Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you, and Seduce Masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the years, we've really have seen sometimes boards and commissions of this government kind of overstep its bounds with regards to allowing public participation and even public comments. We know that sometimes these boards and commissions will say they're open to the public to come and express their views, but they're given the time at the end of the meeting after everybody else is gone, after everybody else is tired, and then they're given 2 minutes or 3 minutes to voice their concerns. And so while we can then say, oh yes, we have a public comment time and so forth, they discourage it by the practice and the policy that they implement. And really what we want is to encourage public comment and public participation and ensure that those comments are duly noted. And we've also seen sometimes where these departments and agencies and boards and commissions will dispute what transpired. And because they control the transcription of these meetings, they will say one thing, and then the individual who may have had a concern or an issue before will say another thing. And then we go back and forth of he said, she said. And so what I think this bill will do is prevent those kind of confrontations or those instances in which a member of the public may have a legitimate concern and business before the commission, and then something happens and it deteriorates into no action or action that is contrary to the intent. The most recent example is that we have, for example, the governor's office right now, through their representative and through the representation of the one of the veterinarians on island with regards to the inspection of the of his facility for a quarantine station. We have individuals from out of the governor's office saying, we never promised that, or we didn't say that, or the board saying that never happened and this didn't happen, and here are the minutes to prove it. But we know that there's a contention on the other side saying, that's not what you said. That's not the action. That's not the motion that was made. And the only reason why that's written that way is because you control the person doing the transcribing. And so you edit those things. And so now with this, it will allow an individual to protect his rights, protect his issues in terms of appearing before these boards and commissions and saying, this is what happened. Why? Here's my recording of it. And so I believe that this will foster more responsibility, more diligence, more carefulness on the part of the boards and commissions when they're now dealing with the public, because the public has the ability to document what transpired through the process of electronic recording. And so I just think that it makes for a better operation of this government, better accountability for the actions of the boards and commissions with the enactment of this piece of legislation. And I want to stand here in support of it. Thank you, and Sidus Masi.
Thank you very much. Anybody else would like to speak on the motion? Senator Ada, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to, without any objection, add as co-sponsors to Bill 12631, Senator Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes as number 2, yourself as number 3, and without any objection, Senator Ben Pangilinan, the senator from Vergara, to be number 4.
On the motion, without any objection, so ordered. On the motion then to send 12631 to third reading file without objection, so ordered. Bill 142, and I recognize T.C. Ada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 142-31 as substituted by the Committee on Public Works, Transportation, Utilities, and Veterans Affairs be moved to the voting file.
Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, Bill Bill 142 is really what it does is it just provides an additional amount of time to the Department of Public Works, Guam Fire Department, and the Guam Police Department to expend the funds that were appropriated to them back in December under Public Law 30-216. Public Law 30-216 appropriated $2.2 million for the purposes of effecting repairs on public safety vehicles and on school buses. Unfortunately, the 120 days that was given to the departments to, at the very minimum, encumber the funds was just not sufficient time for the departments to be able to identify what they needed and for GSA to be able to take the procurement process through its final end to be able to get quotations. So in essence, what happened was that the departments actually did their part up to the very last day and then basically put a lot of that at the doorstep of GSA. But GSA just ran out of time and could not get the necessary quotations to be able to finalize the procurement process. So what this bill does is it actually then extends the life of those funds, of which 50% of that $2.2 million, approximately 50%, still remains unencumbered for purposes of what it was originally appropriated for. So what this bill does then is it provides that the departments will have an additional 60 days then to complete their paperwork, and that will be by July 15th. And then the GSA will actually have another 30 days to be able to go out and get the necessary quotations and whatnot. In fact, actually, a lot of the procurement documents have already been completed, and so most of the work is basically just GSA trying to go out there and get quotations on these services that are being procured. Finally, the last thing that the bill does is it says that, look, after this 90-day period, whatever is not expended will go into a fund called the Department of Public Works Transportation Maintenance Division. Will transfer to the Department of Public Works Transportation Maintenance Division for maintenance services specified in Section 2A2, which is the school buses. So that's all that this does. And it also allows for the funds to be subgranted to the Guam Community College, such as, for example, to utilize the community college's mechanic classes to be able to perform some of the maintenance services that is within their capability. Originally, it was only the Guam Trades Academy that was eligible to be subgranted. So that, Madam Speaker, hopefully as soon as this gets enacted, then the procurement process for the repair of our school buses and public safety vehicles can once again resume, at least for the next 90-day period. And pretty certain that this time around they'll exhaust the remaining $1 million that's available for the repair of these vehicles. Thank you.
On the motion? School?
Madam Speaker, thank you. So there being no objection, I'd like to make a motion to make the Speaker be the second co-sponsor on the bill, and then we'll dispose of it.
Just Massey, without objection, so ordered. Bill 152, Senator Palacios, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 152 as amended by the Committee on Public Safety, Law Enforcement, and Judiciary be placed on third reading file for purpose of discussion and I can give the overview.
Consigue.
Madam Speaker, Bill 152 primarily addresses the position for police commander and police colonel, which have never been dealt with, I guess, for the last several years. This came about at the request of the Chief of Police, Fred Bordallo. There is currently a vacancy for police colonel, and I understand that he's considering filling that position. In my research, Madam Speaker, I found out that Section 77110.1 addresses the qualifications for police commander, which essentially set an age of 30 years of age with a bachelor's degree, and that's all. And then it provides that a person who's going to occupy the police commander be with the rank of colonel. And on Section 77110.5, there is for the police colonel, but the only provision under that is that for one to be a colonel, one must have been a police major for 5 years. And I feel that I consolidate these two because in my experience, police commander, Madam Speaker, is a functional title, much like precinct commander, bureau chief. When in fact, bureau chief, for example, is occupied by a captain. Precinct commander at one time was occupied by the rank of lieutenant. So in this case, a police commander is supposed to have been occupied by the rank of colonel. And that's why I amended Section 77110.1 as for the police colonel, and delete, of course, repeal .5 for the colonel and combine it. But then I add a little bit more the standard language for experience and training as provided for the chief of police and the other ranks. Now, it adds a second, and it also adds a second option that if one has a master's degree, then all one needs to serve in the rank of major is 2 years. If a person has a bachelor's degree, then that person would have to be in the rank of major or equivalent for 4 years. And the same policy exists for police major. For example, a police major, one would have to be a captain for 2 years before ascending to a police major, a captain or in the equivalent of a captain. And so it is to uniform or standardize this language and make it consistent. And so primarily Bill 152 addressed the colonel's position. Along with this, because I listed over the same requirements, these minor amendments actually just administrative in nature, so that we adopt the same language for that it must be recognized by the institution for higher education accreditation and so forth. And when it comes to drug screening, submit to drug screen, the language is that if the appointee is currently a member of the Guam Police Department, that not be required simply because any person who is a police officer is already required by occupying that position for random drug tests, which is a policy of the Guam Police Department. And so there are other housekeeping requirement amendments to the police major, and to standardize the language that it has to be when one is claiming a degree, that it has to be recognized by the Council for Higher Education accreditation, which is actually the new language that we adopted when we deal with the chief of police, I think early this year or late last year. So I put it all the four ranks now of the Guam Police Department in the same language and in the same presentation for lieutenant, for captain, for major, and for colonel. And I would like, Madam Speaker, to propose an amendment for the position of chief of police. If one would look at page 3 on line 2. And this is, again, to allow for the recognition. And the amendment is, at the end of that, it says there, or equivalent executive management experience in the field of public administration, criminal justice administration, or law, or a closely related field of or discipline. So it allows for the recognition of a high management level position, other than just, I guess, in the criminal justice arena. For an administration, I think public administration course, or for example, an attorney probably would fit well, would qualify for an appointment to chief of police. That's an addition to the current requirements, which is the current requirement for chief of police is that, let me see if I can look at it. I have it here, I think.
On the amendment,
So,
no objection? So ordered.
again, I ask my colleague if they can support, again, the only really substantive amendment is in the rank of colonel and commander, and I combine them because police commander is a functional title. It's actually an internal title within the Guam Police Department, along with bureau chief, precinct commander, and so forth. And that a colonel actually should be the public safety commander as currently defined in law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the motion, recognize the Vice Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to voice a concern. On the top of page 5, for the position of colonel, we deleted C and D, have no felony, domestic, or family violence conviction. In D, submit to and pass a drug screening test, including but not limited to a urinalysis. And in the position for chief of police, I note that it specifically does provide for on page 3, D and E, have no felony, domestic, or family violence conviction. And on F, submit to pass a drug screening test. I'd like for a few minutes to have the sponsor of the bill discuss with legal counsel the statutory construction implication of doing that. It would seem to me that that means that the colonel, specifically by this repeal, could come on with the felony conviction of domestic violence or domestic or family violence. And I really don't think that that's the intent. And if it is, then I would oppose the bill.
We will take a brief recess. Vice Speaker, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I've spoken to the sponsor and legal counsel, and I think we've agreed that we're going to reinstate those 3 lines on the top of page 5, I believe. So that'll be my amendment to reinstate the struck lines on page 5. And with that, I will support this.
So on page 5, then, you said you want to place back C, and D. Is that correct, Mr. Vice Speaker? Is to restore C and D? Correct. And what about the additional underscore? That goes? That will continue. So on that amendment, Senator Palacios, you want to speak on it, or? No. No objection? No objection, so ordered. On the amendment, on the motion, anybody, Speaker Ben, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think that given the decision or the rationale with regards to restoring that, I would like to point out also another concern I have on page 3 of the bill with regards to the Chief of Police, where we're saying that he shall submit to a thorough investigation of his or her background and moral character unless the appointee is a current employee of the Guam Police Department. And I would propose, Madam Speaker, and make a motion to delete that last line there, starting with the word unless. And the reason why I decided, to make this proposal, Madam Speaker, is we actually had cases in which the nominee was a existing employee of the police department. There were current officers that were serving within the police department, but when the investigation came about, there were instances of questionable behavior of these nominees, even though they were already employed within the police department. And it is when those issues were raised during the background investigation that the nominees made the decision to withdraw, or the governor, the appointing authority, made a decision to withdraw the nominee. So I just think that, to rise through the ranks takes a lot of years. And there are instances, especially with regards to matters involving personnel, where they become so secretive during the process of adjudicating some of these charges and concerns that they remain hidden. And they don't become vetted until something major with regards to their appointment process, like a police commander who's the second in command, the first one in line for the Uniform and Tactical Operations Command, or a chief of police. And only then does the background investigation can reveal some of these things that may have occurred in the past that may not be a suitable background for a chief of police. So I just think, Madam Speaker, that whether the individual is currently in GPD or coming from outside the system, that it would be prudent for the process to ensure that we continue to vet their background and take a look at if there's anything in their past that may have remained hidden but will come out under the higher requirement of scrutiny by being nominated for the chief of police. So my amendment, Madam Speaker, would be to strike out the words unless the appointee is a current employee of the Guam Police Department.
On the amendment then, it's page 3, lines 22 to 24, delete from unless, the underscore, that the appointee is a current employee of the Guam Police Department. On that amendment, without any objections, so ordered. On the motion, any other speakers? There being none, Senator Palacios, then to close.
Thank you for those contributions, Madam Speaker. And at this time, I'd like to move that Senator Frank Blas Jr. be the second sponsor of this bill, himself a former police officer.
On that amendment, without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you.
So on the motion then to send Bill 152-31 to the third reading file without any objections, so ordered.
We can vote now. We'll be out of here.
Okay, yes, we down to Bill 52. So, Senator Fisher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Notwithstanding the House rules, I move that we suspend discussion on the second reading file, having exhausted 14 items there, as well as 21 items in the legislative concurrence calendar. I move that we proceed to the voting file to do all the executive appointments as well as Bill 137-31, as we're advised by the Health Committee Chair that that's a time-sensitive matter. If it can be voted without engrossment.
Can we take a brief recess?
Madam Speaker, so to
We're back in session.
to
Senator
clarify
Espejo.
my notwithstanding motion that we suspend discussion in the second reading file, we proceed to the voting file and vote on all 21 executive appointments, as well as voting on bills number 137-31, 117-31, and 103-31 without engrossment.
On that motion, without any objections, so ordered.
And my next notwithstanding motion is to excuse Senator Guthers from voting.
And Senator
yes.
Tyron, okay,
Tyron
those
was
two
right.
then are excused without any objections, ordered. Okay, so we're in the voting file with Bill 137. Okay, Bill 137. Yes. Oh. Yes, you're right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do the confirmation. So, on the appointment of Dr. Gail Hendricks to serve as a member of the Guam Commission for Educators Certification, all in favor, please raise your hand. Dr. Gail Hendricks is received 13 yay votes. 13 because there are 2 absent. She is duly confirmed by this body to serve as a member of the Guam Commission Educator Certification. On the appointment of Ms. Amanda L.G. Santos to serve as a member of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, all in favor, please raise your hand. Ms. Amanda Santos received 13 yea votes to excuse absence. She is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Ms. Beatrice P. Limtiaco to serve as a member of the Guam Land Use Commission. All in favor, please raise your hand. Ms. Bernice P. Limtiaco received 13 yea votes to excuse absence. She is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. David E. Silva to serve as a member of the Guam Banking and Insurance Board. All in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. David Silva received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. He is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of, okay, this one we're going to vote roll call on the appointment of Mr. Martin Beneventi to serve as president of the Guam Housing Corporation with a recommendation to confirm. Roll call.
Senator Tom Ada? Senator Tony Ada? Senator Blas? Vice Speaker Cruz? Senator Duenas? Senator Guthertz? Senator Mabini? Senator Munoz Barnes? Senator Palacios? Senator Pangilinan? Okay. Senator Respicio? Senator Rodriguez? Senator Silva Tyrone? Speaker Wampet? Senator Yamashita?
On the appointment of Mr. Martin Beneventi to serve as the president of the Guam Housing Corporation, he received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. Mr. Martin Beneventi is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. Thomas L.G. Flores to serve as a member of the Guam Housing Corporation Board of Directors, all in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Thomas L.G. Flores received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. He is duly confirmed by this body. On the confirmation of John T. Calvo to serve as a member of the Hagatna Restoration and Redevelopment Authority, all in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. John T. Calvo received 13 yea votes, 2 excused absence. Therefore, he is confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. John M. Rubley to serve as a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission, all in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. John M. Rubley received 13 yea votes, 2 excused absence. He is duly confirmed by this body. On the motion of Mr. Ramon T. Tapashna to serve as a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission, all in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Ramon T. Tapashna received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. He is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. Joe H. Coe to serve as a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission, all in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Joe H. Coe received 13 yea votes and 2 excused. Drew received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. He is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Ms. Genevieve Sablon Oka to serve as a member of the Guam Council on the Arts and Humanities Agency's Board of Directors. All in favor, please raise your hand. Ms. Genevieve Sablon Oka received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. He is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment then of Mr. Wilfred G. Affligate to serve as Director of the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse. Roll call.
Senator Tom Ada? Senator Tony Ada? Senator Blas? Vice Speaker Cruz? Senator Duenas? Senator Guthertz? Senator Mabini? Senator Munya Barnes? Senator Palacios? Senator Pangilinan? Senator Respicio? Senator Rodriguez? Senator Silva Tyrone? Speaker Wampat?
Pass.
Senator Yamashita? Senator Tom Ada? Vice Speaker Cruz? Speaker Wampat?
Good.
Vice Speaker Cruz?
Mr. Wilfred Afflegree received 12 votes, 1 nay votes, and 2 excused absence. And Mr. Wilfred Afflegree is duly confirmed by this body to serve as the Director of the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse. On the appointment of Mr. James W. Gillen to serve as the Director of the Department of Public Health and Social Services, roll call.
Senator Tom Ada? Senator Tony Ada? Senator Blas? Vice Speaker Cruz? Senator Duenas? Senator Guthertz? Senator Mabini? Senator Munya Barnes? Senator Palacios? Senator Pangilinan? Senator Respicio? Senator Rodriguez? Senator Silva Tyrone? Speaker Wampat?
Okay.
Senator Yamashita?
Mr. James W. Gillum received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. Mr. James W. Gillen is duly confirmed by this body to serve as the Director of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. On the appointment of Mr. Albert Gurusamy to serve as a member of the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees, all in favor, please raise your hand. Senator Palacios, are you voting? Okay, Mr. Albert Gurusamy received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. He is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Dr. Reynold T. Lim to serve as a member of the Guam Board of Medical Examiners, all in favor, please raise your hand. Dr. Reynold T. Lim received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. He is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. Michael T. Lim Kiaku to serve as a member of the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees, all in favor, please raise your hand. Senator Rodriguez, okay. Senator Duenas, are you voting? So Mr. Michael T. Lim Kiaku received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. He is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Ms. Christine M. Rosario to serve as a member of the Council of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, all in favor, please raise your hand. On the Ms. Christine M. Rosario to serve as a member of the Council of Mental Health and Substance Abuse. So, okay, so Ms. Christine Rosario received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. She is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Dr. Etna V. Santos to serve as a member of the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees, please raise your hand. All in favor? Dr. Etna V. Santos received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. She is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Ms. Frances Taitagui Mantanonia to serve as a member of the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees, all in favor, please raise your hand. Ms. Frances Taituki Mantanoni received 13 yea votes, 2 excused absence. She is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Dr. Ricardo M. Terlahi to serve as a member of the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees, please raise your hand. All in favor? Okay. Dr. Ricardo M. Terlahi has received 13 yea votes, 2 excused absence. I'm sorry. Raise your hands again. All those in favor, please. Lachi. 12 in favor, and 2 excused absence and 1 nay vote. So Dr. Ricardo Terlahi is duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. Lee P. Weber to serve as a member of the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees, all in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Lee Weber received 10 yea votes. He is duly confirmed by this body. Okay, now we are on bill number 137. 137.
I'll read it. Bill number 137-31L as a substitute of the Committee on Health and Human Services, Economic Development, Senior Citizens, and Election Reform. Introduced by D.G. Rodriguez Jr. and Thomas C. Ada. An act to establish the administrative rules and regulations of the Department of Public Health and Social Services relative to the issuance of sanitary permits under Article 5 of Chapter 4, Division 1, Title 26, Guam Administrative Rules and Regulations.
Roll call.
Senator Tom Ada? Yes. Senator Tony Ada? Yes. Senator Blas? Vice Speaker Cruz? Aye. Senator Dueñas? Senator Gutherts? Senator Mabini? Senator Munya Barnes? Senator Palacios? Senator Pangilinan? Senator Respicio? Senator Rodriguez? Senator Silva Tyron? Speaker Wanpat?
Okay.
Senator Yamashita? Senator Blas? Senator Blas?
Substitute Bill number 137-31 received 11 yea votes, 2 nays, and 2 excused absence. Substitute Bill number 137-31 is duly passed by this body. 11, let me see again. 11. Two absence. Pat, what do you have? Let me see. Who's the other name? Can you guys please speak louder so that then they can hear? Hunggan na. Magay tao. Tamanunay. How can we win the war? Okay, once again, substitute bill number 137-31 received 12 yea votes. Nay votes is only 1 and 2 absent. Therefore, President Nancy Stipago, 12, 1, and 2. So substitute bill number 137-31 is duly passed. Esta, tapas esti. Dos taigui. Bill number 117.
Bill number 117-31 COR, as substituted by the Committee on Education and Public Libraries, introduced by Judith T. Wampet, EDD, Judith P. Guthertz, S. A. Mabini, A. Yamashita, T.R. Munya Barnes, D.C. Pangilinan. An act to approve the proposed rules for the Guam Commission for Educator Certification.
Senator Tom Ada. Senator Tony Ada. Senator Frank Blas. Vice Speaker Cruz. Senator Dueñas. Senator Guthertz. Senator Mabini. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Respicio. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Silva Tyron. Speaker Wampak.
The Chamorro dictionary is Hungan.
Senator Yamashita.
We have to translate the standing rules. Substitute bill number 103 received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. Substitute bill number 117, obviously. Wait. This is even the wrong one again. This is 117. So it's substitute bill 117. Pat, you get, right? Okay, so it's 117, 13 yeas, 2 excused absence. Substitute bill number 117 is duly passed by this body. Now, bill number 103.
Bill number 103-31 COR, substituted by the Committee on Appropriations, Taxation, Public Debt, Banking, Insurance, Retirement, and Land. Introduced by V.C. Pangilinan, J.T. Wampat, V. Anthony Ada. An act to appropriate $60,088,935 to the Guam Department of Education for ongoing and continuing capital improvement projects, CIPs, technology upgrades, and equipment projects.
Senator Tom Ada.
Yes.
Senator Tony Ada.
Yes.
Senator Frank Blas. Vice Speaker Cruz. Senator Dueñas. Senator Guthertz. Senator Mabini. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Respicio. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Silva Tyron. Speaker Wampak.
Aye, Ade Ongan.
Senator Yamashita.
Substitute Bill number 103 received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. Substitute Bill number 103 is duly passed by this body. Okay, we are going to, we're done with the votings. There is a correction to be made on the confirmation of the votes. On the confirmation, on the appointment of Mr. Lee Weber to serve as a member of the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees. So the votes are 11 yeas. Yes. Okay. And he's still duly confirmed by this body.
Madam Speaker, I also, notwithstanding the House rules, that we vote on Bill 142 without engrossment.
On that motion without any objection, so ordered. So, clerks, on bill number 142.
Bill number 142-31 COR, substituted by the Committee on Public Works, Transportation, Utilities, and Veterans Affairs. Introduced by T.C. Ada and J.T. Wampet. An act to amend Public Law 30-216 relative to providing additional time to utilize funds for the repair and maintenance of school buses and public safety vehicles, and the reallocation of surplus funds to fund preventative maintenance on school buses.
Roll call.
Senator Tom Ada.
Yes.
Senator Tony Ada.
Yes.
Senator Blas.
Yes.
Vice Speaker Cruz. Senator Dueñas.
Yes.
Senator Guthertz. Senator Mabini.
Yes.
Senator Munya Barnes.
Yes.
Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Respicio. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Silva Tyron. Speaker Wampat.
Again.
Senator Yamashita.
Yes.
Substitute bill number 142. No, it's not a substitute bill. There were no, did you make substitute bill? Yes, okay. Substitute bill 142 received 13 yea votes and 2 excused absence. Substitute bill number 142 is duly passed by this body. We will recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I want to thank you very much. You've been very hardworking and diligent today. So, but 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, sharp. Recess. Go time.